Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and this is the Open Chat. And how the heck are y'all? Yay! This is a good thing. I see we have a couple people in the green room. Yay, 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 yay. Just a quick stuff to get started here. Yeah, this is really about not much of anything. We may actually talk for about half a minute about Beethoven. That's just there to be there. And yesterday was Beethoven's celebrated birthday anyway. And yeah, he was baptized on 17 December in the how do you want to say, the custom of the time was to baptize an infant within 24 hours of birth. So he was probably born on the 16th. And just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of the other. Let me make sure I've got the correct layout going here. And things are a little bit weird today as far as that goes. And why don't we bring up the screen with everybody in it like this? And here we go. Hi, 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 Tornado. There you are. And
Hey,
I know
Putty Chat.
there you are, Mom NATO. Yay! Yay, yay, yay,
Yeah,
yay, yay,
I'm
yay,
here.
By
yay.
the way, I had some fun earlier.
You did. Oh
Yes.
no. Oh no. What kind of fun did you have?
Well, it started out with someone asking, or someone saying, "Oh, provide evidence for your evolutionism religion."
Oh
Oh
God.
boy. Oh my, oh my, oh
Uh,
my, oh my. I don't know. And then it just went from there, I take it.
Yeah.
well,
They ended up.
Tornado.
They told me to prove what you believe by the scientific method, and then I said, "What? That offspring will differ from their parents slightly. That said differences can be passed on to more offspring if they allow the individual to reproduce, and that over generations the resulting population will no longer be interfertile with the original stock."
Pretty much. That's pretty much what most of us have been saying for quite a while now. Yeah,
And then
it's
I said, "Here's the thing about that. All those have been shown to happen numerous times in the lab and in carefully controlled conditions in the field, or even uncontrolled conditions in the field. The London subway mosquitoes are just one such speciation event, one that happened because of indirect human action. Never
oh
mind the fact that
my.
evolution, not evolutionism as you call it, in a fallacious attempt to perform a false equivalence and poison the well, is a foundational tenet of modern biology and medicine, and it's also how we get all the food we have today. The food on your table is a direct result of evolution.
Oh
It is also
my.
why we're now being forced to use more and more powerful
Okay,
You
antibiotics.
okay,
know, you know,
Tornado.
yeah,
Yes.
thank you, Mom NATO. Yeah, that was one thing. The three of us might want to talk a little bit after the show, okay?
Yeah, he was nice enough today to go down to the Walgreens and buy me some cold and flu medicine. Isn't
Okay,
he so sweet?
tornado, this is why I like you. Really and truly. You
Well,
know?
I had a prescription that had him pick up on Tuesday, and then today it was just last night I got almost no sleep because of all the coughing I was doing. I mean,
Oh my.
literally. Oh my God, I think I got maybe 2 hours of sleep. And in order to do that, I had to sit four pillows behind me and just lean back instead of actually laying down.
Okay, then.
So
Yeah.
So he went out and I asked him today if he would go out to the Walgreens to get me some NyQuil, and he did. He was such a sweetheart.
You are a sweetheart, Tornado. Really and truly, you are. And, this is why I haven't broken you in half yet.
He's my angel,
Yes,
and
he
sometimes
is.
he's my devil. So,
Now, of course, back to the topic at hand.
Honey, honey,
um,
honey,
let's
honey.
drop that and talk about that later.
Sometimes these things get a little bit old.
Mm-hmm.
And it
Well,
wouldn't it
let's
wouldn't surprise me. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. We'll talk. We'll talk
You
when the
know,
show's over.
these people are idiots. They've proven they're idiots. We don't need to discuss it every show.
Yeah,
They did the
definitely.
whole show me X becoming a non-X.
Yes, we
Yes,
get
dear.
it. But
Yes, dear. We
Kellen,
get it. We get it. Really, we do.
Tornado,
I'd
they
really
are
like to be
never
nice.
going to change their minds. They're always going to find a reason to tell you, oh, well, prove this to me. But no, you haven't proven your theory. So drop it and move on and just let them be the asshats they are. Because
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mom
eventually
NATO.
their
Thank you.
idiocy is going to be proven, and it's I keep telling you this. This is all about trolling everybody. It's not because they think they're right. They're being trolls. There's
Yep.
no reason to um what is the term? To
Feed them?
feed the trolls, right? We
Yeah,
want the
okay.
trolls to die,
I was
so
wondering if
stop
that's what you
feeding the
meant. Yeah.
trolls.
It's,
Yeah.
I mean, I deal with this on a daily basis. So, oh, my word. I'd offer to kiss it and make it feel better, but you'd probably slug me.
No. No, but I'd
That one
probably
gets old too, so
contaminate
let me
you.
shut up about that.
I'd
Oh man.
probably contaminate you, and you don't need this.
Uh, oh
This
my.
this has been going on for a week now.
Well, I had my flu shot in September, and I guess I got really lucky. I had a sore shoulder
Hmm.
for about three
Oh
days,
God.
and that was it. Um,
Well, this is the first time I've had a flu shot, and even actually had. I think it's a mild version of the flu because I haven't had a fever, but I've been a little achy. But I couldn't tell
okay.
if that was
So
across my
you have
shoulders. You
an
can.
achy breaky heart? Is that it, or what?
Yes, yeah, basically.
Uh,
But I also had the sniffling,
Icky.
sneezing, coughing. But the only thing I was lacking was fever. So I'm pretty sure it's a mild version of the flu.
I called
Okay,
her. Mom
okay.
actually registered her fever at being at 99.6, and you know what I called
Yeah,
it?
it's not really a fever.
I called it a fever that was so low grade it's not even officially recognized as a fever.
Okay.
It's not. You have to be 99.9 before you actually consider to run a low grade fever.
Okay, so there is an Olympic record or an official break
Yeah.
point or whatever it is, and yeah,
Yeah.
don't mind me. I'm doing some things here. I mean, while I've got the two of you on here with me,
Uh
and
huh.
there are three people, that
Right.
means that the sidebar shows up, and okay,
Oh, okay.
that I can make some
Have fun
adjustments.
playing with it. That's
Oh yeah,
fine.
I want it to look good. I mean, this is what's going
Right.
on in these
It's
first few
pretty cool
things
because
here.
I'm seeing Tornado and I'm seeing you, but it's not showing my name when I talk. So
Yeah, it does in the top
That
right
happens to
corner.
all of us. Yes, I
yeah,
do not
okay.
see me when I'm doing. The
Right.
only reason I show up is I have another camera. I actually have
Right.
two cameras here in the studio. So okay, crop
Oh.
right, so crop left.
I am so glad I washed my bandana today. Ugh.
Oh my. Okay, so that must feel better. A clean bandana and everything. God, you
Hmm.
sound
Well,
almost.
I
She uses it as a snot rag.
well, yes, I'm sure she figured that out.
Yeah.
I don't like using tissues and uh toilet paper to blow my nose because eventually they get so wet they fall apart.
Yes. Okay. Now I don't know if this would be good for you or not.
Mhm.
I have solved the problem with paper towels.
Mm, I
But
don't have any available. I don't have
yeah,
any.
they do get a bit rough. Those generic paper towels
Yeah,
are
they
a
hurt your
little, and some people
nose.
don't like that. You know,
Yeah. Well, I've got a really soft bandana, so not only is
my.
it a big bandana, it's one of those ones where you can fold it and roll it and use it to hold your hair back. So it's a big bandana.
Okay
Um,
then. Okay, I never did learn how to wear one of those.
I don't normally wear them unless I'm working in the yard, and they keep my hair out of my face and catch any sweat.
Well, that's what happens to me is all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I'm doing stuff and I have to, especially if I'm working under, okay, let's say I'm under the desk trying to fish cables around and everything,
Yes.
and the
Uh-huh.
hair
Been there,
is
done that.
like blah,
Yes.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But I have a
Well,
hard time bobby pinning it back and everything else because I'm not so
yeah.
good at that either.
Just
So.
use a cotter
You,
pin.
you know what's really um go to Walmart and they only cost about $3, but they are a lifesaver. It's called a spider clip. And what you do is you gather your hair into the back of your head and you roll it up into a twist, kind of like you're going to put it in a bun. And then this thing comes up and grabs the hair and it holds it snug on the back of your head.
Think I
Hold
might
on.
have heard of this. I might have.
Hold on.
To what?
Let me see. Um,
If anyone in the audience knows what a spider clip
spider
is,
clip.
please let me know. Oh, by the way,
Hold on.
you guys in the audience, please
Okay, here
feel
we go.
free to complain about the look of the place and everything. I,
Meh.
I'd love to have your feedback as to what you think everything looks like.
Now,
And, well,
mind you, this is an Amazon link, so it's not what you would get at. It's not the price you'd pay at Walmart,
okay.
but Walmart's going to be cheaper. I love
Yeah,
most
that's one
spider
thing
clip.
about Walmart. The other thing that gets me there is that it's close. I mean, the
Yeah,
nearest Target is an hour and a half away. It's not that it's far by distance. I've
right.
said it many times before. It's a shitty bus system we've got here.
Let me see if. Let me go to Walmart. This would be just so much easier.
Well, as far as things go here, the nearest Walmart's like a half an hour away, right, Mom?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Maya.
That's about right.
How is you is?
Mm.
But
Yeah.
the ironic thing is, it's not because of any bus related issues. In fact, there's a bus that goes straight to a Walmart here in Crystal River.
No, it's just that it's over by Kennedy, right? Well, that would be a little more than a half hour, wouldn't it?
Um, Diana, let's just say if there was a Walmart right next to Kennedy, I wouldn't even be going to Kennedy for the Walmart.
Okay, then.
If I had to do something that required me to go to the Walmart in Kennedy, if there was a Walmart near Kennedy, then I'd be going there simply because, listen, there's rockets there, and I'm not leaving this town until I see at least one Saturn V.
There it is.
Oh my! How many of them are left? There's one standing at Huntsville, right? There's one on its side
Mm,
at Kennedy. Is there one at Houston?
I don't know.
I don't know, but I think there might be one at the Smithsonian, maybe?
If there is,
Question mark?
it's if there is, it's
Mhm.
since I've been there, and well, I was there many years ago, so it's easy enough. God, when did
Did you get
Melody?
to see an SR-71 Blackbird?
Yes, pretty, definitely pretty.
Okay. I linked it in internal chat, and that will give you an
Okay.
idea. You can get them at Dollar General. You
Sorry, I had to mute
can,
myself. I needed to
um,
sneeze.
but you can get small ones. You can get big ones. That one's expensive, but
Some as big as your head.
Hmm.
but they're really what they do is you roll your hair up into a different just scrunch up your hair so it's all combined into one spot, and then you wrap this around it and let it go, and it grabs the hair and holds it.
Okay then. I think.
So
Oh wait a minute.
it's like what I do is I put it up like a ponytail, and then I twist the hair up and wrap it like I'm doing a bun, and
Okay.
then I put you squeeze the clips and then put that around your hair and let it go, and it holds the hair snug.
That sounds like fun, actually. Yeah, that might work.
Yeah, and they have smaller ones for people with thin hair. um I'm gonna have to get a smaller one. I cut my hair recently, uh and it went from down to the crack of my ass to the middle of my shoulders.
Okay, then.
So I cut off about 2.5 feet of hair. Yeah.
I believe I will go somewhere and cry.
I know. Well, it was really really straggly at the end, and it was all mostly split ends at the end. But my hair is curly, so
Locks for love.
well, the hair has to be in good condition, and this was terribly straggly. So, my mom, I asked her to cut off all the split ends, and she cut it up to my shoulders.
Oops. I've
Yeah,
had that one done to me. The last time I
yeah,
went somewhere for a haircut, the last time I went to a
yeah.
salon, I said, hey,
And that
could you
was,
trim this up a little bit? The ends are split and everything else. And the hair
yeah,
was a bit longer than it is
yeah,
now.
yeah,
It was, if you'll excuse the
yeah,
expression, a little past my nipples. Um,
yeah,
and by the time she got through with it, it was just past my ears.
yeah. Well,
That
my hair
was
is.
that was 10 years ago. I haven't had a haircut
Oh
since
goodness.
because I don't trust anyone to do
Uh,
it.
right. Well, she cut it in late September, and it was up to my shoulders, and now it's down to the middle of my back.
Well, the funny thing about me is there will be times I'll just say, you know what, Mom? Lop the whole damn thing off.
Well, yes, I buzz cut your hair,
And there's
which it's
always
Oh
about time
my,
to do
oh
that
my,
again.
oh God, I hated that.
Well,
Um,
his hair is curlier than mine.
and it's black.
Well, it's not quite black. It's almost black.
It might as well be black.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mine is a mid dark brown, and his is extremely dark brown.
To the point that it's black.
No,
we,
it's
we
not
we
black.
got we got the point, hon. We did. We really did.
Um.
So, in the Florida sun, when it's summertime, you can just imagine what happens to my head.
Yeah.
Florida
So
sun. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get a copyright strike.
no.
Let's see. Roll on, Big O. Get that juice up to Lawson's in 40 hours. That was
Well,
that
he's
was a commercial that would show in the
yeah.
Cleveland area.
Yeah, his hair, the longer it gets, the curlier it gets. I mean, seriously. He could have sausage curls if he let it get long enough.
That doesn't sound right.
Okay, do you know what sausage curls are? I take it you don't know what that is.
No, I don't.
Okay,
And I'm just
you
giving
know
you a
these
hard
ladies.
time. You know that.
I know what sausage curls are is when you see a woman with long hair and the curls go downward instead of staying tight to her head.
Oh, my hair curls that way.
Right. Well, so does his. The longer it gets, he's got. Right now, I got to shave his head again. Um,
Oh
he's
my.
got. He's not quite as curly as he can get to. The last time we let his hair grow to his shoulders, he was just. He looked like a really loose afro.
That
I had a
sounds
mullet.
that sounds
He had.
familiar.
Yeah. So. Um.
No, the FSB used to take me for a buzz
Mhm.
cut every freaking
Yeah.
summer when I was
Hmm.
in, and I hated it. And
Me, I
I
like
was vociferous about it.
Uh
Um,
huh.
but it was the buzz cut, buzz cut, buzz cut. God damn! I think
Well.
I was close to 10 years old by the time I
Yeah.
was allowed to have some
Make your own
hair.
choices. Yeah.
um
I
Diana.
don't cut him to where he's bald. And the only time I cut him to a peach buzz cut, is if he's asking for it. Normally, I leave him about an inch and a half of hair left. So it's not a complete buzz cut. It's just
Okay,
short.
But
because
I like it nice and short sometimes because it keeps my head from baking.
yeah, no, what they used to do to me was
Military buzz cut,
yeah, it was
where you had maybe an eighth of an inch of hair,
maybe.
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mom just goes straight for the peach fuzz if I ask her to.
Yeah.
I've got in the what passes for a website here. Let's see. Wait a minute. Diana in Pictures. I think that's.
On YouTube.
Oh, it's okay. I don't have it. Excuse me. I don't have it moved over, so I can't
Well,
grab it
let's get
easily.
another.
There's a. I mean, everybody said, "Oh, how cute," and I remember how I felt with kind of one
You
hair.
always just like, well, my mom used to keep our hair cut short because me and my twin sister because it was such a pain to take care of when she was in a hurry. And we had short hair probably up until we were 13. And the reason she kept mine short is because my head is very tender, and I could not stand anybody to comb my hair
Uh huh.
because
Oh my.
of the
Oh.
tangles.
God. Yes.
Oh,
And here's the damn thing.
so
She used to insist on. Well, she called it combing.
oh
I
no,
didn't
that's she
call it
raked.
combing.
No, you called it raking.
Yeah, it would be. She'd get the comb in there and pull,
Dig.
and you're
Yeah.
screaming in pain, and she's saying,
Yeah.
quit
What
moving
is your
your head,
problem?
quit moving. How do you expect me to comb ut? Yeah, comb ut. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh God, so many times I wanted to shoot her in the head,
Well,
but
uh,
I'm glad Mom never did that to me.
yeah,
no,
he's a lucky guy, definitely.
I try to be very gentle when I comb hair because I'm used to dealing with mine.
And the
Moo.
thing is, when Mom does it to me, well, have I fallen asleep when you combed my hair before?
When you were little, yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
When he was like 1.5, 2, I could sit him on my lap facing me, so his head was resting on my chest, and just comb his hair, and he'd fall asleep.
Okay, that's
Out like a light.
Hmm. He does the
not a.
same thing when I scratch his back.
Okay then.
It's one of my quirks. I like
Hmm.
having my back scratched.
Shut up, Clarion. No, you're full of no.
It's dude.
You're no more full of quirks than I am, sweetness. So that's
Yeah,
okay.
he's everybody's got quirks.
Oh yeah.
Having my
Uh,
back scratched is liable to make me pass out.
yeah.
Um,
Especially when I'm
everybody
trying
over in the
to stop
side
running.
chat, just let me
Hmm.
know. Yell, I like it if you happen to see an arrangement of elements in here that you happen to like. I have timestamps, so I'll know when you said it.
Oh.
Oh my! It was work getting these things to the right size.
Did you have to
Yeah, I'm
leave
sure
it taken
everybody
over the keyboard?
can see how froggy I am, or at least hear how froggy I am. Oh.
Oh man, there was
Ah.
I take it that you knew the Saturday night dog movie hosts, and that showed all the really bad movies, and most of it was the commentary from the host rather than the film that was any
Hmm.
good. Yeah, there
I
was
think
one of them in
so.
Cleveland called The Ghoul, and one of his things was
Oh my goodness.
pluck your magic twanger, Froggy.
Oh God.
Well, Ron
Oh
took
God.
over. The Ghoul was Ron Swede, and he happened to
Mhm.
be one of the grips for Ghoulardi, who
Mhm.
was portrayed by a gentleman by the name of Ernie Anderson. If
Okay.
you know that name or not, Ernie and Tim Conway used to work together.
Yes, I know who. I think I know
Yeah,
who you're
and then
talking
Ernie
about.
did voiceovers for ABC.
Right.
So
Ernie
that's who
was
Ghoulardi was. Yeah.
with Tim Conway on the Carol Burnett show, I think.
Well, Ernie never made it to the Carol Burnett show.
Oh, he never made it there.
He
Mm,
may
okay.
not have. Okay, he may have been alive for part of it, but not all of it. No.
Mhm.
Okay, Carol Burnett had Tim, Harvey Korman, Lyle Wagner,
Mhm.
um,
Mhm.
and then what What was the lady's name? The look-alike.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Vicki Lawrence.
Yes.
So I muffle that rack and cough.
Moo.
I loved the Carol Burnett show. We used to watch it every week.
Oh man,
Do
I'll tell
you
you.
know what her thing with the ear grab was? You know, at
No,
the
I
end of
don't
every show,
remember.
she'd grab her ear and tug on her earlobe.
I don't remember offhand. I may have read it somewhere, but I don't remember.
It was to tell her mom she loved her and she'd see her soon,
Ah, okay, okay.
or was thinking of her. Something to do with a message to her mother. So I thought that was so sweet.
Alrighty then. So instead of
Mm.
message to Michael, it was message to Mama.
Hmm.
Hey, Bionic Dance, Kate! Hey! Yay!
Thank
Yay, yay,
you.
yay, 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 yay.
Speaking of passing
I'm not happy to see her, am I?
Oh. Mm.
Oh, boy, moi. I don't know. How you doing over there? Kung Pao. Oh, Kung Pao. All right. All
Kung
right.
Pao
All right.
chicken.
All right.
Ooh.
Yum, yum, yum. Okay,
I
we're going
remember
to
the
have to.
first and last time I had Kung Pao chicken.
Ooh.
Diana, I remember the first and honestly,
Oh.
so far the last time I've ever had Kung
We
Pao
don't want to
chicken.
talk
Make of
about
that what
that.
you will.
Is that
Don't want
because
to talk about that.
you didn't like it or it didn't like you?
More like, was that the one with the bowl that didn't get washed properly, Talon?
No.
No, okay.
That
That
was
was
the time
something
where
else.
I decided I was going to be stupid and ordered the Kung Pao chicken, and it did not like me. Partway through the meal, my mouth felt like it was tingling with
Oh,
electricity.
Kung Pao chicken. Yeah, that's spicy stuff. That would be really good for my
Okay,
sinuses
okay,
right about now.
okay. Yeah.
The whole unwashed bowl thing was a whole other situation that
Yeah,
was
let's not talk
inadvertent.
about that one. Let's not talk about that
Leave
one.
that one alone, huh?
Yeah. Well, somebody had made some eggs
Well, no, it was chicken
or
cordon bleu. And my dad decided, oh, I'm just going to put the bowl up in the cupboard where my kid can get at it.
What the hell?
yeah.
So wait. This was a used bowl that had had cooked food
Chicken
or
in it. Raw
chicken or
chicken.
raw chicken. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
did you kill him there or did you wait
I
for
No,
a while?
actually.
he was I was not my dad his dad and I were not together at that point. I was in Missouri and he was in California.
Okay then.
So I think it might have just been an accident, but still.
I don't
After I
know.
ate,
No.
Just let it go. We
Yeah,
don't want
we're
to
gonna let
discuss
it. We're
the
just
effects.
gonna. Yes, we
Botulism
need
was yeah.
we need to learn this let it go thing. We were talking about that earlier, right? Right, Tornado?
yeah, I get started and I just don't know when to quit.
Yep. I love you. I do. I really do. That's why I haven't killed you yet.
I'm surprised you can't hear me coughing on his microphone.
Oh, I hear it's. Wish we had Benny Hinn or something like that, to knock you over and cure you. Oh, gee,
What?
somebody's knocking at the door. You don't know about Benny Hinn?
Who's
Hello, Kate. Hello,
Hi,
Good
Kate.
morning.
hello.
Hello,
I'm
Miss
good.
Kate. I've
Yeah,
definitely had better days.
I would have been here when you started, but immediately, like I'm halfway out the door and I get the notification. Like I look back at my screen and there's the notification you're starting. Um, but I was literally out of food. Like
Oh,
I
Oh.
had
not to worry,
nothing.
hon. Not to worry.
Mm.
Yeah, you need
You know,
Yeah,
food.
unless I wanted to eat my cat's kibble, I needed to go out.
yeah. No, we had spaghetti for dinner tonight.
I don't
Something
know. Those
quick.
some brands aren't all that bad. I mean, yes, I have tried a piece of Whose is it? I think it's the Ralston Purina.
The Meow Mix?
Yeah, I think that's what it's. I have tried to. It's the one that looks like little lentils.
Okay, that would be Purina.
Yeah,
Um,
it's not that bad, really. I mean, I'd eat it in a pinch.
my sister used to eat dog biscuits.
So did mine. My sister would
I
sit
I
at
I
the
eat
kitchen.
don't
cat
get that.
food.
My sister would sit at the kitchen table, reading the newspaper, eating milk bones.
I know. I'm like, what
And
in the hell?
I used to eat tofu. I mean, people are into weird shit.
I
Mind you, the
well,
tofu was forced on me by my parental units, but
of
still.
course, this is also the child that liked to eat chicken feet,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
boiled chicken feet.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
yuck,
Babka used to
nasty.
make those. She used to put those in the chicken
Oh,
soup.
gross,
Mhm.
Um,
gross. Oh,
Because I
chicken
think
feet.
feet.
yes, chicken
Yes,
feet.
the
They're
the bone and
fatty.
skin, or the scales, or whatever it is. There's no meat on them at all. It's just
No, that's just
You know,
gross.
I'm always hearing about people who like to break open chicken bones and suck out the marrow. I'm not able to do it. Like, even when I've snapped a bone in half, I've tried to
Uh,
get something out of it,
yeah.
nothing happens. So I don't know the appeal.
well. Wait, I didn't. I thought the chicken bones didn't have marrow.
No, they don't. They do it.
Okay, well, maybe that
Um,
explains it.
yeah,
Because
you
I
might be
thought
thinking of
Chicken
pork
bones are
bones
hollow.
or beef bones.
well,
You
beef
can do
There
that
is,
bones. When I was
too. The rib
growing
there
bones.
is,
up, yeah, did someone say Rutka?
No, rib
no.
Rib
bones.
bones. Oh, okay.
Mm.
Because Rudka was something else that was
I
the
mean,
cartilage. That was the the
Mm,
cartilage on the breastbone of the chicken.
yeah.
Yeah, you would chew
well,
on that. That was
chicken
called
bones,
Rudka.
chicken bones do seem to have something inside them. There's something dark. If they don't have marrow, there's something there.
It's
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not
called
exactly sure how they're put together. I do know that they are light, mostly hollow. Because
yeah.
Bird
that's
bones.
how that the birds are able to fly. And no, I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not going to fall into the trap that the bones are hollow and light in order that the birds may be able to fly. That's getting it backward.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Whatever.
that smacks of design. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, all kinds of. Now we used to do the if you would have like a piece of meat for the soup or something, and you had the round bone in the middle of
Mm,
it, and then there would be the marrow in the middle of that round bone.
yeah.
We called that shpick, and you would
Shit.
blow that out of the
Mm-hmm.
bone onto a piece of bread and spread it onto the bread, and you would eat that. And it
Ugh.
was yummy and tasty. Hey, I grew up eating
I
everything,
guess.
really.
Yeah. Yeah.
I kind of got turned off of veggies because of Brussels sprouts. Make
Oh,
of that.
you horrible person.
Mm.
Brussels sprouts are ambrosia.
Yuck.
Not for me.
They're baby
Not a
cabbage.
fan.
They're baby cabbage.
Pretty much. Really, they are.
That's exactly what.
And
Yeah.
now I'm having
Kind of the
terrible
way an
flashbacks.
artichoke is a
Thank you,
giant
guys.
thistle.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
A giant thistle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just have a
Maybe
look
that's why I
at
don't
it.
like artichokes.
I'm having terrible
Probably
flashbacks
what.
to
I don't like
when
artichokes.
I haven't had one in ages.
Oh, I
Uh,
have. Artichokes are lovely. I love them.
I just haven't been able to justify spending the money on them.
I
They were
have.
like $3 a pop, aren't they?
Is it
Something like that,
artichokes
three,
that-
four, somewhere in the, not five. They're less than five.
Artichokes, isn't that what they used to make guacamole?
Mm-mm.
No, that's avocados.
Mm. Okay, I don't like
And avocado
avocados.
is something else I haven't
I
had in
love
ages.
avocado.
Oh, so do
My
I.
friend Christine made something with avocados in it, and the avocado was going bad.
Ooh.
So no, it was not a good thing.
One thing I
Helen, go
one
to
thing I
my
used to
phone.
make years and years ago. I'm talking like maybe about 40 years ago. Avocado stuffed zucchini. Um,
Huh.
you would
Not
smash.
into zucchini.
Okay, yeah, you would smash up an avocado, get it all nice and creamed up and everything else. Blanch a zucchini,
Uh-huh.
take the seeds out, stuff the cavity with the avocado, and then you would eat that. That's basically all it
You,
was.
you know what's really good is
Uh,
taking a green pepper
Okay,
and you clean out the seeds, cut the top off,
of
clean
course,
out the
of
seeds,
course.
and then you put a mixture of meat, some carrot, shredded carrot, and some rice and onion. Mix it all together, then stuff it in the pepper,
Well, okay, that sounds like
and
a
then you
stuffed
bake
pepper
it.
with carrots.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The stuffed
yeah.
peppers I grew up with did not have the carrots in them. Otherwise,
Hmm.
pretty much. Oh, well,
Yeah.
they used to be simmered in tomato broth. And
My mom would put ketchup over the top of it.
okay, the one I liked but didn't get that often was
Hmm.
simmering them in a bed of cabbage with the
Hmm.
brine from the cabbage still there.
Hmm. Hmm.
That was
Never
yummy,
tried it
yummy,
that
yummy.
way.
But God,
But
now you're making me
my,
want stuffed peppers.
I
Okay,
know I love stuffed peppers.
that's something
well,
else. That's something else for
I'm having
the.
Cheez-Its.
There you go. Now that's
I ate the
another
last of
one.
my Cheez-Its the other day.
Uh, that's another one from
And
the
they're not
transgendered
just
chef.
Cheez-Its.
Hmm.
They're bacon and cheddar Cheez-Its.
Oh,
I'll
TC
be
would
right
love
over.
those. Bacon and cheddar Cheez-Its. Are you going to sleep? Okay.
Night, night, sweetness.
Oh, he was in here in the dining room with me, so you'll have to tell him
Yeah,
here in a
I'm
minute.
gonna sack out because I'm actually getting tired and it's kind of getting hard for me to concentrate.
Okay. Good night, sweetie.
Night, hon. Be good.
Night.
Or at least don't
Will.
get caught.
There you go. There you go.
Good night,
Uh,
everybody.
Now, for you in the side chat, yes, I still am setting things up for the cooking show. I will get that going.
oh.
I'd like to have the risers tomorrow. What I need to do, I need to get
Good night,
some.
sweetie.
I need to get some blood drawn because I need to see
Hmm.
the nephrologist the day after Boxing Day,
Oh
uh,
boy.
and he wants me to have some blood tests to see how the kidneys are doing. So
Hmm.
while I go for that blood testing, I might as well just keep going on the bus line down to the Target, the one I was talking about earlier that takes an hour
Hmm.
and a half to get to.
Yeah.
Go there, get, if you're familiar with what they call bed risers, they're
No.
No.
they're little almost like traffic cones that the legs of say a bed or a table or something like that they'll
Oh,
fit into,
okay.
and it gives it an
Raises
extra,
the table up.
yeah, 5 6 inches, something like that, and that's all I
Yeah.
need to be able to work at that dining table over there while I'm standing.
Without hurting your back, because you're tall.
Yes.
I don't have that problem.
Yeah, Kate and I can actually see eye to eye. Well,
It's
Yeah.
true.
yep.
Well, I
Well,
mean, I'm
I'm
actually nine
five foot
five and a
three,
half,
so.
which is exactly the same height as Xena.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm 5'3", so I'm short.
Yeah, so you're maybe a half inch taller than I am.
Yeah,
So that
which
works.
means I win.
Yeah. No. The one thing I didn't talk about, they put me on high blood pressure medicine.
Oh
Hmm.
my, oh my, oh my.
Just well, it's a water pill
I was going
actually
to
at
ask
this
if it
point.
was the diuretic or if it was.
It's the diuretic water pill. She's trying to. My blood pressure's a little high. It's not overtly high, but she wants to get a stop on it now before it goes too high. It's a
Yeah.
preventative measure. Um, but it's like I said, it's the first time I've been to a doctor in 6 years. So
Yeah,
I've got all these
okay.
things that they're going to be
You know what? I'll
doing.
trade you.
Uh,
The sheer number of times I've been to a doctor in the last three
right,
years is insane.
right.
Well,
Well,
you
I
were
haven't had the
seeing.
insurance to go to a doctor.
You were seeing doctors, what, every 3 days?
Well, not quite that bad, but close.
Thanks for Medi-Cal. Really?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, this is the
I keep
first time I've
explaining to
had.
people that I am the perfect example of what Medicare for All can do for a person.
Hmm. Yeah, see, I this is the first time I've had medical insurance in 6 years, so it figures the first time I get medical insurance and I get flu shot, I get the flu.
Oh my, oh
It
my, oh
just
my.
tells you how low my immune system was at this point.
Okay then. Yeah, I
What
got.
are you drinking, Kate?
It's an energy drink. At
Yeah.
least this. I was just looking at it and going, I find it odd that my energy drink has a Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube logo on it. And I was just like, what?
Okay.
Really? For an energy drink?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I get marketing online, but still.
Mm.
Now, I got my flu shot when I was picking up some of the medications
Mhm.
that were ordered right after my biopsy. So
Mhm.
it was within, I think, a week of a
Reminds me.
certain event that I
Mhm. We
would
don't want
rather.
to talk about it.
Yeah, it's I'll burst into tears again. Tomorrow it'll be 3 months.
Has it been that long?
Yep.
Wow. I need to call my insurance company
That'll be
and
fun.
find out. Well, I gotta find out where I'm supposed to go to get these spine
I'll
X-rays.
tell you where to go.
Yeah,
No, that's tornado.
that's tornado. Well, she's trying to get me to stretch out my spine and see if that will help. And I kept trying to tell her, you know, when there's wedging in your spine, stretching is
Okay.
not really going to help you too much. Oh, look at the kitty.
Yeah, she's marking her
Oh.
territory and at the same time probably robbing any visuals you guys are getting on the channel because it always defaults to the person making the most noise. Isn't that right, little Miss Greedy Guts?
Yes.
Oh,
Come
she's
on.
got a split screen right now, so and I don't
Mm.
have a camera, so but
Well, I
it
mean the
is
people watching at home.
pretty.
The people watching at home only ever see the person making the most noise at that moment. And with Kitty here nuzzling the microphone, chances are good I was on screen no matter who was talking.
Okay then.
uh,
And now she's licking my Krelbo.
Okay.
cute.
Who's my little kitty face? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
somebody else uses that term.
Hmm?
Somebody else uses that kitty face term.
Who?
You. I heard you say kitty face.
Yeah, but who's
Yeah.
the one? Are you saying you do it?
Yeah, I do it as well. The first time I heard
Oh.
you do that, I thought, oh wow, I'm not the only one. Because you're the only other person I'd ever heard do that.
I'm not sure
Well,
where I ever got it from. It just seemed to naturally spill out of me the first time I
Yeah.
said it.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I'm trying to think. There was something else that I called Winston all the time, and
hi, baby. Come
I
here.
forget what it is now.
Hmm.
It was something other than kitty face.
You know, I'm still trying to decide. Like, I keep psyching myself out from
Yes,
getting
go
a
on, dog.
second kitty.
Go on.
But I still want one. I've never had an orange cat, and I really want an orange cat. I know that like black cats are the hardest to get homes, and so I should probably get one of those instead. But honestly, I want a damn orange kitty for once. I've had enough black cats.
Okay
I
then.
had a caramel colored kitty. He was a pale caramel. You saw the picture of him, Grissom, the one that was
Yeah,
sitting on my
yeah,
chest.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, he
Absolutely.
was kind of a butterscotch and cream colored cat. I've had one when he was younger. He was more orange, but as he got older, he turned
Ah,
cream.
Moo?
But
sorry,
my
Columbia
favorite,
just went all squirrel on me.
Uh-oh.
my cat is our kitty. He's the pirate kitty. because his favorite place to be is across my shoulders, which is what he's doing now. So he likes to lay on my shoulders. I could be standing and walking around, and he'll be laying on my shoulders.
Okay, then.
So he's my
So
baby.
if I
Um,
do get this orange cat, I have a name in mind already.
Not Garfield.
No, Neutron. Neutron. And if you get that reference, that makes you awesome.
Neutron.
oh, what isn't Jimmy Neutron?
Hmm?
Isn't Jimmy Neutron?
Jimmy Neutron.
No, not even close.
Okay.
No,
No,
Neutron is
no. In the movie This Island Earth, there was a cat that hung out in the lab. And they said, we call him Neutron because he's so positive, which of course is a mistake because that would be a
Yeah, that would be
proton.
Proton.
yeah.
But that was what they said in the movie. So if I get an orange kitty, it would be Neutron.
Many, many moons ago, I was had by a long-haired orange kitty. And when I say orange, I mean solid orange. No markings of any sort. Just long-haired. God, that kitty was beautiful.
I had a Crookshanks.
Who?
Have you ever seen the Harry Potter movies?
I saw one of them because my
The
ex insisted,
third
but
one.
no, I've only seen the first one.
Well, Crookshanks is a cat. It got a pug face, basically. A smushed in nose and stuff.
Oh, kind of like a Burmese.
Kinda. I don't
Okay,
know what
okay.
you'd call it. But he. Oh, she's climbing on something back there.
That's
yes.
cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
I've never seen the Harry Potter movies ever.
Oh,
not
yeah. Yeah, no, I have all of them in various stages in different places.
I was actually kind of disappointed with the first chapter of the last book. If you see
Oh,
what I mean,
God.
the first movie, nothing happened. It was so slow.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
like
And they
got
split it
angry
up
with each other
into.
and spent the whole movie being emo about it.
Oh, God, yes.
my
I wasn't really fond of the movies because they cut so much out to save time.
okay.
And
So I am
I
there
wanted
told.
Peeves. I wanted
There
Peeves so much.
Yeah. There is so much stuff going on in the Harry Potter books that they didn't put into the movies that the movies lose a lot of the atmosphere of what's going on and why things are happening in the movie are not there. You're like, well, why is this such a big deal? And you just don't get the references if you hadn't read the books.
Okay,
I mean,
then.
most of the books are like 500 pages long. There's a lot of shit going on.
Yep.
Well, I mean that's the case with everything. There are a lot of
Right.
book to movie translations where I'm like, you cut out one of my favorite things. Like
Mhm.
as much as I love what they did with Good Omens, the other
Mhm.
horsemen of the apocalypse were left out, and they were my favorite part.
Well,
Right? Because especially just the names they give themselves,
mhm.
because they're trying to be other disasters like famine and death and war and all of that. So they're like
Mhm.
things not working even after you've given them a good thumping is what he is the horseman of that. Another one was the horseman of treading in dog shit. And they can't seem to decide
Yeah.
they can't stick to one disaster. They keep trying to one up themselves to get a worse
Mhm.
disaster, and it
Right.
never works out. And like these guys, they're motorcyclists, and so are the other horsemen, and that's why they try to join the apocalyptic biker gang. It just doesn't work out well for them. But the problem is that these guys got cut. They were actually what's his face? Neil Gaiman said that these other horsemen were the very first cut he made, and he hated having to do it.
Aw, so they let him play it in the movie anyway. That's cool.
It's oh well.
No, things like the Lord of the Rings series. The part where they're in Helm's Deep. There's so much going on in there, and not only did they cut shit out, but they changed shit. That pisses me off more than anything. That's like they kill off in the movie, they kill off Haldir, which is one of the elven characters. He did not die in the fucking books, but they wanted it to be a dramatic scene, so they kill the character off. So everybody's like, "Oh, so this guy Haldir dies," and everybody, it's like, "No, he doesn't die, you fuckwits."
Okay, now
Oh,
I have
no.
a philosophy, and I'm sure I've discussed it before, but I have a philosophy when it comes to movie adaptations of
Mhm.
books.
Mhm.
Watch the movie first. Because if you read the book, the original book, and you're expecting to see it up on screen, you will be
Be
disappointed. They
disappointed.
will inevitably leave things out, they will inevitably change things, and it will
Well,
inevitably piss
I'm
you
not
off.
saying I
Now,
don't.
when Ready Player One was about to
Mhm.
come out, I had read the book years ago. And while I
Mhm.
remembered the basic plot, I'd
Mhm.
forgotten a lot. So when I watched it, the things that
Mhm.
they had changed didn't feel like changes to me
Mhm.
because I didn't remember them. And I
Right.
ended up absolutely loving the
Well, see,
movie.
I
And
don't.
then I went back and reread the book, and I was like, wow, if I'd reread the book in prep to watch the movie, I would have been so
Mhm.
pissed off. I would have hated this movie.
Well.
So now I have two things that I love that are
Mhm.
similar but different, and it's
Well,
okay.
I don't hate the movies. I have all of them in extended version, so I don't hate the
Okay,
movies. It aggravates me that, and they even said we killed him off because we wanted a dramatic moment. There were other parts in that whole damn battle that were dramatic that they could have used rather than killing off somebody.
well,
I mean,
the thing I hate most about book to movie translations or
mhm,
adaptations is
yeah,
when the people in the movie
uh huh.
pronounce words differently than what I heard in my head when I was reading the book.
Oh yes.
Okay, I
Oh.
gotta tell you, no part of me reading Harry Potter thought that the word was Patronus. I would
Okay.
have, like, if someone had asked me how do you pronounce this, I would have said Patronus.
Yeah.
That's what made sense to me. But Patronus just sounded so awkward. And the first time someone said it, I was like, what? No, that's not,
Mhm.
no. It's very
Right.
frustrating.
Oh, what's one? Um, there's another one that does stuff like that. The a lot of the elven words that they made up for the elven language that Tolkien made up. Oh my gosh, I can't even pronounce half the words. And can you imagine how long it took the actors to be able to figure out how to say those words?
Probably not very.
Um, just wow.
Well, I mean, okay, granted, Tolkien's been dead for a while, but
A little while.
Mark Okrand, the guy who
Hmm.
came up with Klingon,
Hmm.
was on the set of Star Trek 2 to tell
Yeah.
Christopher Lloyd how to say his lines.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sure that they had somebody from Tolkien's family there to help with the Elven language
Could be. I wonder how
because his
speakable
son
it
is
is,
still.
how learnable it is. I mean, is it as
Um,
extensive as Klingon? Because people can
yes.
literally have conversations in Klingon if they
Mhm.
want to.
There's an entire language dictionary for Elven online.
Huh.
What the Tolkien Elven?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, yeah, I knew about that one. Yeah.
Yeah. There's an entire website devoted to the Elven language that people can use, especially like people who do fan fiction, to figure out how to say a sentence
Okay
and
then.
how to write it and uh, translate it from English, Western, whatever, to Elvish so they can cut and paste it.
So, what I wonder then is how, like, what's the procedure when someone needs an Elvish word and it doesn't exist? Who makes it up?
I don't know.
Hmm.
you probably have to look up a synonym or whatever it is and
Is there a keeper of the
similar words.
words?
Yeah, really. I don't know. That's a very interesting question.
It's just something I wonder sometimes. I mean,
Mhm.
suppose like again, I tried to learn Klingon, and I've
Mhm.
explained before why that was a pain in the butt. Uh, but if I needed a word that Klingon doesn't have, let's suppose I said, I don't know, participle or something. I don't know if Klingon has a word for participle. I don't know.
And
So,
what's really interesting about that is, would the Klingons even have a concept of a participle? Because remember,
Mhm.
you don't necessarily have words for things that you don't have an idea of in your own head.
well,
What
I'm pretty
about
sure the
Vulcan?
language has participles in it, though.
Well, that's like Vulcan doesn't have contractions.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
don't get me started on contractions spoken by aliens in sci-fi.
Oh,
That is
I
a
know.
major sore point for me. But
Mhm.
anyway,
Yeah, because memory brings up one thing that I remember. There's a culture that does not see the color blue, and they have no word
Mm.
for blue.
Right.
Now, what nobody knows is which came first.
Hmm.
Because the other interesting thing is, and I know this is nothing with linguistics, because from
ha! Sorry.
yay,
I went to an English Klingon translator online and tried to
Mhm.
make it translate participle, and it can't do it.
okay
Mhm.
then. No, what's really interesting is when you have to start thinking about which came first. When I was in the neuroendocrinology class, second year,
Mhm.
uni, second time around, the prof was describing an experiment with chimpanzees or gorillas, one of the two, and who assumed the dominant position and measuring the testosterone levels, and they found that the dominant gorilla had the highest testosterone levels. And
Mhm.
there was some student in that class. I have no idea who that student was. No idea at all. Who just
Mhm.
burst out with, "I wonder which came first." She looked at, "You have got it." Because what they found
Uh-huh.
was the gorilla assumed the dominant position, then the testosterone went through the roof. So
Right.
then, that, to my mind, that was transferring over to the whole language thing. Which would come
Right.
first? Do you see blue before you invent the word? Or does somebody tell you about blue and then you start to see it? One of those deals.
Well, I would imagine that if he is indeed the dominant male gorilla, he's the one who came first. But I am actually having a similar argument with someone right now about whether, uh, like
Hmm.
how you study something should come before you starting to study it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I mean, he talks about metaphysics and all this crapola, and I'm like, okay, see, this like he's even disputing the scientific method as being a legitimate way to study anything, because
Ah.
you would, well, like he's like you would have to have come up with the scientific method before you could use the scientific method.
No,
Um,
no.
yeah, it's idiotic. But he has such a hard on for metaphysics that it's almost impossible to talk to him
Is this the
about anything.
is this the 1 minute apologist or is this somebody else?
That's the guy.
Okay,
That's the guy.
okay.
Did you
Well, I
see
mean,
the live stream I did yesterday?
no.
No, I missed it, damn it. I had totally forgotten about it. I'm going to have to go back and watch it after the fact. I am so sorry.
It is
Um,
still on my channel. But yeah, it like he kept going down these rabbit holes that honestly had very little to do with the topic and didn't aid us in any way in discussing the topic.
yeah, because
Well, of
to,
course not.
to these to these
That's
neurons
logic.
to these neurons up here, what I would think would be the way to do it, and of course I'm probably full of it, but we'll see, would be that you start doing something, and okay, maybe it needs a little tweak here and a little tweak there, and then you finally get to something that works, and then you begin to
Mhm.
describe it. So
Mm-hmm.
it's
Mhm.
backward
Oh,
of coming up with the
but
scientific,
but he's even bitching about the method of trying things.
Ah,
Yeah.
Mhm. Like,
The-
like,
the-
like he's saying, how do you know that trying something does anything at all?
oh,
because you're trying it, you dumb nut.
that's
Yeah, I know, right? It's one of the most intuitive things ever. And like basically I keep saying to him, look, if you do something and it works, then it worked. If you do it again and it works, then it keeps working. And you can start, and if it didn't work this time, try to figure out what's different. And
well,
you don't need some sort of ivory tower philosophical musing to figure that out.
your description of him sounds a lot like Saitan Bruggencate.
Well, it wouldn't shock me if he's been on their show, but I'd have to look.
Yeah, I mean, it's questioning the most basic things. Prove to me that reality exists, which is a Saitan Bruggencate favorite, and then you can't because it's axiomatic. You know it's there, you see it there, and then you establish that. Okay, we'll agree on that, and we'll go from there.
That's a comfort in shirt.
Yeah, well, I mean, just saying to him, well, it like the heavy lifting is done. We look at what we've tried and it worked. Why do we need to figure that out? I mean, I haven't said it to him yet, but the way I think about it is think about a newborn who for the first time is seeing their arms moving. Now you watch a baby, their arms are wild, going all over the place. But eventually they probably start to figure out, oh, hey, if I feel, do, think this thing, my arm does that. And if I do it again the same way, my arm does that. And eventually they start to figure out the pattern. Did they have to go to freaking philosophy 101 in college to figure that out?
Exactly.
No.
Well, that's like you're talking about how he argues that you trying stuff is not, what was it you said?
It's not metaphysically supportable because it's circular is what he's saying.
Okay. You do
Yeah,
something.
that you can't apply it to itself,
Yeah, you
and
can.
therefore you can't trust it or something.
Okay,
I
Wait a
if you
minute.
That's the problem. Is when
If you-
someone's argument is that stupid, it's really hard to tell other people about it because it makes so little sense that saying
Right.
it feels icky.
right. Well,
I mean-
if you're doing something, then you're trying it. So
Mhm.
Well, that's why axioms. That's why axioms
you're just-
exist. What?
yeah, so basically if you don't try anything, then all you're going to do there is sit there and do nothing.
Mhm.
I mean, geez, that's why axioms exist. These are starting points that you have to accept, because if you tried to prove them, you would end up in a hopeless circle, and you cannot
Right.
have that. So you say,
Yeah.
yes, reality exists. I exist. Those are axiomatic, and bleh.
I
Uh,
am,
no.
therefore I
the
am.
thing is, I mean, like, if you look at the definition of axiom, it'll say, like, for logic and mathematics, a proposition that is assumed without proof for the sake of studying the consequences that follow from it. Now, he would argue that I would have to have come up with the idea of axioms themselves before I could start using axioms, but I have no way to come up with the concept of axioms because I don't have some, like, basically what he's doing is arguing for assumption, and yet he doesn't like the assumptions that I make. And he assumes that I'm saying you can't have assumptions. Because I keep saying I need facts, I need evidence, I need to be able to test it. And he's like, well, how do you prove the scientific method? Kind of thing.
It
and it's
works.
just like, right. But I mean, he wants me, and then he says, but if you're going to use the scientific method to prove that the scientific method exists and works, then you have to. I know, right? It's so painfully bizarre. I don't know how to deal with it.
No, if the
You
scientific
turn them off.
if the scientific method ever turned out totally bizarre results, it would not work in that particular consequence. And if it kept doing that, then you might have to question the scientific method. But it doesn't
But
do that. So you inductively
no.
say it worked the last time, it worked the time before that, it worked this time. It's probably going to work next time.
And
Yeah.
then I actually said something like that. And out of his ass, he pulled this whole like, well, maybe sometime it won't work or whatever. And I'm like, okay, then I will change what I'm doing because my metaphysics are malleable. And for some reason that doesn't land with him.
Well, that's because he's an idiot.
You're being so kind. You really need to be more stringent there, Momnado.
Okay, he's a stupid fucking dumb nugget.
Well, regardless,
He,
we're
he
actually
gives
gonna,
idiots.
probably going to do it again. January 6th sounds like our next meeting. So,
Oh
he gives
no!
he
What?
makes idiots look like geniuses.
January 6th is the Catholic feast of the Epiphany. Take that where you want to go.
Mhm.
Well, maybe he'll have an epiphany.
Yeah, an epiphany called a pig pike shoved up his ass because he's too stupid to live.
Oh, push it, boy. Push it, boy. Man, we got 5
Well,
people here.
because
I
it's
hope you guys are enjoying this because I certainly am.
because it's going to happen online. I suppose it'll be an epiphany.
Yes.
Ooh. Not an
Sorry,
epiphany?
no, maybe an epiphany if
I
it's
was
made by
thinking
Apple.
I'm not too sure I'm for that eye stuff.
Well, me neither. I hate Apple.
I mean, it's overpriced.
Mm-hmm.
It's not flexible. Oh well.
Oh, sure it is.
Well,
You flex it and it breaks.
Yeah. Okay.
right. Apple products, as far as I'm concerned, are like the big print, easy reader version of computers.
Yes. It's apples are gateways.
I like building my own stuff, and that's probably why I end up with it so weird.
Well,
That and you insist on using Linux.
The computer I'm using now, I built in 2007, and it still runs.
Okay. Now I used to keep machines around. There was one machine I ran for something like 12 or 13 years.
This is going on 12 years.
Okay.
Well, believe it or not, I'm about to get a 4th computer.
Oh, I would love to have a new computer. The last time I built a new computer, I gave it to Tornado.
Now, do you have yours all cabled together?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kate.
As far as
Kate, are you?
Yeah.
They're all.
I have a main machine. I have a VR machine. And I have a render farm machine. Now, I discovered that there are some games that are coming out that I really want to play, which can do Windows 10 only. And so I have to switch it up and start using another computer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my main machine now into a second render farm and then use the new machine to do all my work. Because honestly, like with the animation I want to do, having 2 render farm machines that are slower than my main machine is actually a benefit. Because sometimes animation can get really bogged down. You want to make a character's arm move, and there's so much stuff in the scene that is going like that. So, it's going to be a new computer with Go Faster stripes. But the only reason I can really afford it, again, the benefits of being a YouTuber, someone just out of the blue offered.
Wow. That's wonderful.
Yeah. It's like a
here.
It's like a
I'd love to have a
$2,500
new
machine, and it's a total gift. It's crazy, but who am I to say no?
I wish I could get a new computer, but yeah.
I've got 3. If you want to count that laptop as a third computer, it's not good for much, but it does keep me connected if everything dies.
Mm.
So it's well, I mean, I bought it to take it to Illinois with me when I saw the
Hmm.
solar eclipse, so I could stay connected. It was
Right.
like 125 for a 7-year-old
Right.
laptop. That's not all that bad, really.
No, I have a laptop, but I've got to get a new hard drive for it.
I've got a Chromebook, so I can like take it to an internet cafe or something. I've been
Hmm.
like one thing I've discovered. I'm working on that animation script, and I can't work on it at home. There's just too many distractions. So I'll take my Chromebook to
Hmm.
the coffee shop, and like that basically forces me to work on work. Um,
Hmm.
and because all of my work's on Google Docs right now, it makes it easy. I can just go anywhere. So I like my Chromebook. I like it a lot. But for anything other than browsing, that's not the computer for you.
No.
Okay, then.
Yeah. But my desk currently is quite a mess because I really should. It's the maid's day off, but if like I have, hold on, let me make it there. Okay, so I've got like a double wide buttload of monitors. It
Hmm.
looks like NASA's control center, you know?
Oh,
Yeah,
So,
you've got
jeez.
yeah.
4 monitors, 5 monitors.
Yep. And with the new computer that I'm adding, it will be a heck of a lot more.
Oh, good God.
So, okay,
I
so wait a
have
minute.
one 23-inch monitor, and that's it.
If you have the three computers there, are all of them double-headed, or only some of them?
Not sure what you mean by that.
Two monitors out of one computer.
Oh, no, I have one monitor or one computer that actually has three monitors. And then all of the
Jesus,
others have one.
how does the operating system keep track of all those vid cards?
Oh,
Because
it's not a matter of the OS. It's a matter of the video card and the like the number of ports you got.
okay, so you actually have a vid card that has three ports.
Hmm.
I do. Oh, I didn't know they came with that many. I knew that you had two-port
Um,
Oh,
video
you can get
cards.
them with way more than that.
my my little NVIDIA 640 has 3 ports.
Oh my.
Uh, DVI, VGA, and HDMI. So I could have more monitors if I wanted, but
Okay, so
I've
maybe
got
I
no
do.
space for
Well, I probably don't know what's going on because I have two uh, ports on this card, for
them.
example, but I thought that you could only use one at a time. One of them is DVI and the other one is HDMI, so I thought it was, whatever
You
connector
should
you
be
would
You
able
use.
to
can
use them at the
also
same.
thing is you can also get USB to DVI adapters. Those
Hmm.
exist.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So, um, no, this one you can put it. It's all depends upon how your graphics card is set up and how your computer is set up. I think. I know Windows 7 allows me to have more than one display.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I can have more
Yeah.
than one display here. The only problem is, um, my setup right now. I have the two computers,
Mm-hmm.
and I run them through a
God,
KVM
dog.
switch.
Mm-hmm.
It's what keyboard, video, monitor, or
Mm-hmm.
something like that, to get to
Hmm.
one screen. And I've got
Right.
people. Well, just a few days ago, there was someone all over me. You have to get two monitors, and that makes things a lot. Yeah, that means I have to buy an entirely new KVM switch. I've looked; they
Mm-hmm.
cost a couple $100. Um,
Yeah.
so I can switch each of the machines over to two monitors. It's like, just leave it alone, will you? But you have to. No, no, just leave it. No, you have
You
to.
don't
No,
have to
leave it
do jack
alone.
shit. You don't
Although
have
I
to
have to
do
say,
jack
it is
shit.
really, really handy having three monitors in one computer because I can have whatever I'm working on one screen. Up above it on the big TV, I can have YouTube, Hulu, Netflix, whatever. And then on the screen to my side here, I can have like the help file for the program that I'm using for the thing I'm working on in case I need some sort of guidance. Right.
Yeah.
So it's like having all this stuff just right there is awesome. I love it.
Now I've not got to that point yet. I assume that maybe someday I will be at that point. but not this week.
Okay.
And when I do get to that point, yeah, I'll do something about it. Because I'm not that stubborn unless I don't have the money. And then I'm stubborn.
I think you're that stubborn.
She's right. You know
Mm,
that.
yeah, we know that.
Oh, my nephrologist is ready to kill me because I'm stubborn to the point where if I don't have the money, I don't want to go and see him. And it's like, you've got to come
Uh,
here and be seen. And it's like, I don't have the money to pay for it. And it's like, geez, guy, Hi, Adelinda. How you doing?
Hi. How are you?
oh, mm, I've been better for sure.
Oh,
Ugh.
And we need all the people we can get in here because you're all guinea pigs. You know that, right?
Well,
I don't mind.
Actually, it's not looking all that bad, really. There's a lot of empty space, but I figure I can do something with it eventually.
It's a good time to test stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And starting to talk to people and starting to get people booked for the new year. I want to go back to interview-based shows on Sundays instead of just the open chats. Have the open chats midweek and then, all that stuff, and then I can do the online burlesque show, and then I'll lose all of my subscribers.
actually, you'd be surprised. Given some of my friends who are into burlesque in Seattle, there's a certain amount of BBW people enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You get the right corset on someone, and they love it.
I tried a corset when I went to a pirate costume shop, and oh my
God.
goodness, I never felt anything so tight. And she said, go ahead, go sit down, see how it feels. When I went to go sit down, my boobs were literally pushed up into my chin, and I could barely even bend over. I was like, I'm not doing this.
No, I can't. I corsets to me are, I would make the wenches look nice.
Okay,
No,
then.
I am okay. I have a 40-inch waist and I have a 50-inch bust. When you put everything together, that's the actual measuring tape. The actual uh, bra size, like I said before, is a 40I. So, putting me in a corset is like, oh my God, you've got huge tracts of land.
And this is the thing. I've said this before. I will say it again. I know so many cross-dressers, especially, but there are the early on trans girls who are just starting who swear that they want the K cups.
No,
And I'm
no.
saying, no,
No.
you don't.
No, you
And,
don't.
Oh, you're just so full of it. Yes, I do. Yes,
Okay.
Yeah,
Have
if
them.
they
Go
have
right
as low
ahead.
as your testicles, there's a chance they're too big.
Okay, the best way to tell them and to explain to them is tell them to take a small, rounded butternut squash. Okay? There are round butternut squashes. I don't know what you call them. Tell them to get a bra in the size they want and get 2 squashes that they want that are going to fit that bra, and then tell them to wear it for a week. With those butternuts in them.
I didn't think that the butternut squashes would be heavy enough.
But that will give them an idea of just what it feels like to have something, not necessarily the weight. I'm talking about your ability to lay down, your ability to get close to anything when you're trying to reach for something, or the what happens when you're trying to cook.
How about exercise? I mean, I'm speaking from the camp that's so flat the walls are jealous, but I have a lot of friends who are like double D who are going, yeah, I don't jog. And I'm like, why? Because it hurts a lot.
Yes.
And I'm like,
Uh-huh.
I mean, there's a reason I went sports bra only a couple of years ago. It's nice and comfy, but I'm told you can't do that if you're too much
No,
bigger than I am.
you can't because they don't make them big enough to fit me.
And then the thing is, what I was thinking would be if there were a way to do it, it might be a little closer if you gave these people a couple of the kids' bowling balls, the 10 pounders.
Um, they can go to a costume shop, uh, and some of them will have a partial fat suit. Is what they call it, and it will have the weighted padders that they put into a bra
Okay,
to make
okay.
someone who is supposed to be portraying a character that is busty. They'll give them the padded uh, forms, I guess you'd call them, and they
Yeah,
make
yeah.
them weigh the way they're supposed to be, so that the person actually looks like they're really that busty.
Well,
Hmm.
and there's also water bras, if you've ever
Yeah, a
seen
water
those.
bra.
No, I haven't seen
Um,
that.
Well,
No.
yeah, it's basically just a bra with like its own implants built into
yeah,
it.
and you fill it up to how full you want it.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
Interesting.
yeah, a water bra might be because that's going to weigh somewhat close because, of course, water's heavy.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
a pint's a pound the world around. I mean, water
Uh huh.
weighs 8 pounds per gallon. And
Yeah.
I mean, what I try to tell these people is that I know people who
Mhm.
have been generously endowed.
Endowed.
One of
Yes.
them happens to be a trans man who was so
Mhm.
relieved when he lost
Mhm.
his G cup breasts
Ha.
because
Yeah.
he had
Mm.
amazing back problems.
Oh yes.
Everything was just pulled out of alignment,
Mhm.
everything, and I was
Mhm.
like,
I cannot. I do not have proper posture because my chest is so heavy that my shoulders automatically roll forward.
Mm.
My a woman my size, their one breast weighs 25 pounds.
Dang.
Yikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll skip that, thanks.
I was okay. My sister and I looked almost exactly alike when we were in 12th grade. She was a 36 B cup.
Mm.
She weighed 130 pounds soaking wet. Okay. I was a 38 double D. I weighed 165 pounds. And that was just the difference in our bust size.
he's okay. Please do not die.
I.
I'm getting a wintergreen lifesaver. My throat's getting dry because my sinuses are draining again. But
Mm.
I weighed 30 pounds more than her because of the difference in our bust size.
Mm-hmm.
And she's only 3 inches taller than me. So it wasn't the height difference, it was the oomph difference up front.
It's what's
Mm.
up front that counts, right?
Because I was actually in my junior year of high school, I was in weight training. So I wasn't fat. Um, I spent a year of gym lifting weights and toning muscle and stuff like that.
Yeah, actually,
So,
I was having some weight training once because my parents thought I was way too impatient. I'll just be over
uh,
here.
yeah. And I know I can get down to 135 pounds when I was younger because before I had tornado, I used to play 3.5 hours of racquetball every other night, and I got down to 135 pounds. Now imagine a woman, 135 pounds with the double D chest.
That's
Mm.
crazy.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
got
the
asked if
tits
I
weigh
was a
50
Playboy bunny.
pounds, and then the rest of you
Yeah,
weighs, whatever's left over.
I had a 18-inch waist,
Holy.
and yeah, I was teeny tiny. I got asked if I was a Playboy bunny. I was walking into the 7-Eleven. I was wearing a mini skirt and a low cut top, and I had one black guy go, "Damn, damn, damn," and he
Like,
walks
what
up,
the hell?
and I was married at the time, and he's like, "Is that your husband?" Yeah. He walks over to my husband, which is Tornado's dad, and he's like, "You're a lucky man. Keep her."
You're like, okay.
Uh huh. Well, it took a lot of work keeping that, and I did it up until I got pregnant with Tornado, and yeah.
Oh man, the best I remember in my adult life was there was one point at which I suddenly dropped 30 pounds. I don't know why. I
Mhm.
wasn't trying. I got down to 165, and
Uh
I
huh.
felt darn good. I was told I
Mhm.
looked pretty good as far. I
Mhm.
wouldn't mind getting there again. The problem was I was 22 years old at the time, so I don't know how
Yeah.
well I would wear
Mhm.
165. I mean,
Hmm.
Well,
180 would be fine for me if I could get there.
I'm
Well,
actually.
I there was a time when I got accused a lot of anorexia or bulimia because
Mm.
I was so crazy thin. And
Mhm.
I was like, "No, you just sat with me while we I ate a burger the size of my own head, and then we were together for hours. I was in your sight for 3 hours. There's no way I wharfed that up. It's
uh,
just my metabolism is that
mhm.
crazy pants." Right?
Well.
Now, I mean, a lot of things changed when I
Mhm.
hit like my mid 30s or something.
Mhm.
But these days, I'm trying to eat well and I've been
Mhm.
exercising. I try to get an hour of VR sports in a day. And I don't know, it
Mhm.
doesn't seem to be helping for some reason, which is very
Well,
frustrating. But, well,
Tornado is 5'11" and 135 pounds.
Eh,
So he's crazy skinny and eats like crazy. So I
Mm.
keep trying to tell him, eventually it's going to catch up with you.
mm-hmm.
yeah, I
Mhm.
used to order whole pizzas and eat them in a single sitting, and I gained no weight at all. And I had a lot of friends who were very jealous of that, but at the same
Oh.
time, I mean, whatevs.
Well, I'm
I
eating more and
know.
more salads these days.
Mm.
Yeah, well, I've been eating a lot of salads because they're cheap. I can go to
Mhm.
the local Save a Lot and get one of those 12-ounce bagged salads for about a
Mhm.
dollar, and
Yep.
that will be what I eat that day.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, I mean, it doesn't help me with weight control, if you want to call it that.
Mhm.
I mean, all I have to do is think about chicken paprikash, and I gain 20 pounds.
Mm.
Uh,
Mm.
Well, you know what actually helps a great deal is water.
Water, water, water.
yeah, I suppose I'm going to have to drink just plain old water, or the way you do it with put a teaspoon of something in it so it doesn't taste like
Lemon
water.
juice.
Yeah. Well, I
Lemon
mean,
juice.
this is 2 quarts right here, and I will put 2 teaspoons of grape Kool-Aid in there and shake it up just to cut the bitterness because water to me is very bitter. But
Mm-hmm.
once I do that, it's actually pretty good. Like I drain that through the course of the day. And there's actually charts out there about how much water you should or shouldn't take on board, like at once, because your
Mhm.
kidneys can only handle so much, and
Mhm.
the water will eventually become toxic to you because your kidneys can't handle it. So you have to space it out over the day, but they actually recommend more than 2 quarts a day.
I wonder if
They
that's
Well-
what happened to
recommend-
me. I wonder if I burned my
I'm-
kidneys out.
Well,
I think it was all that coffee you were drinking, frankly.
Well, that's
Yeah, well, with that-
that's what I mean. I mean,
Yeah.
I would drink even recently, say within the past 10 years, at least a gallon and a half of coffee a day.
mhm.
That is so
Too-
bad for
too
you.
much. Well, and that's like
Mm.
for me. I've been drinking a lot of, or not drinking, eating a lot of ice, crushed ice all day.
Well, I've got to
Because
be
it's keeping
careful
my-
with that because I don't want to break my dentures.
Mm,
I mean, they're
Mm.
kind of expensive to replace.
yeah. Well, it's ice water mostly. Um, but that's helping try and keep me hydrated right now. Ugh.
Yeah, and it gives you something to nibble on.
Mhm.
I remember there was once I actually broke an upper plate on a Snickers bar.
Ooh.
I
I bit into
Must
the
have been a really
Snickers
fucking
bar
hard
and I
Snicker.
heard crack, and it's like, oh shit.
Mm.
I was watching TV with my dad, and we were eating graham crackers as a little a snack.
Mhm.
And afterwards, I felt in the back of my right molar, like the second molar from the back,
Mhm.
and I felt like I had a crumb stuck back there. So I went in there and I pick it out, but I feel something else come out, and when I look, it's a small portion of the tooth itself.
Yep.
And luckily, it did not get to the root, or at least I don't feel any pain at all. And this happened back in February of this year. And I know I'm probably going to have to get it filled in sooner or later, but at
Mhm.
least, I was freaking out at the time. I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? But no, I eat and drink normally. I just, when I brush, I pay extra attention to make sure it stays nice and clean.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I lost all the teeth I had because I couldn't afford a dentist. And I remember
Mhm.
while that was going on, I broke a tooth on ice cream.
What?
Oh wow.
What?
How?
Well, okay. What probably happened was that the temperature shock broke an already weak tooth, and wait, you
Ah! No!
Mm.
No! Ah! Stop it!
with a nail clipper.
Ah.
Jeez,
Jesus.
Oh.
Ah!
That's one for
Oh
the
my
highlight
God.
reel. Let me tell you, kids.
Mm.
That's
Oh my
horrible!
God.
Oh, when I saw that picture, I knew I had to share it. And you guys gave me the perfect setup for it. I didn't even have to ask.
Oh my God.
Dang it, Kate!
Jesus.
Yes, you can thank me for your nightmares for the next month.
No.
Oh my! No, I have nightmares all by myself. Thank you very much.
Jeebus Crisco.
Mm.
No.
I'm so bad.
Yes, you are, young lady.
Shut up, Clary.
Oh, hush you.
You want to say hi? No, you don't want to say hi? Get your toy.
What do we have? Do
Go
we
get
have
your
a
toy.
shadow?
Yes. Hello. Come here. Where?
Mm.
Hello.
Oh, what was that horrible noise?
Oh. Hey. Where? Come on.
Who
No,
knows
come on.
what evil
Come on.
lurks in the hearts of men?
That is a horrible noise. It sounds like an elephant farting.
That is Shadow growling because.
Well,
Incidentally, should I mention how terrified I am of dogs? Ah, sorry,
You're
dogs are
scared of
terrifying to
dogs?
me. Old incidents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've mentioned it before, but when I was very, very little, I watched a dog maul two other toddlers, and ever
Oh,
since then,
God.
I've been quite scared of them.
yeah, I
Oh,
know
God.
that
My.
you've mentioned it with me around. I don't know who else
Well,
has
I
been
will
around.
make sure he's quiet because he's a big dog. He's a very big dog. It's
Yeah, I don't need to
85
know.
pounds.
Yeah, well, you don't see the little one because she's kind of in another room because she'd be a little bit annoying at the moment.
Oh
She's
no.
she's lonely.
Oh, she's in heat.
Nah,
Lovely.
I'll take care of that one of these days. The problem I have
Um.
basically is transportation. Like right now,
Mhm.
it's winter, so I don't want to do anything now because without a vehicle, it would be like public transport or whatever, and I don't want to be waiting at a bus stop with her coming out of anesthesia, and it's like
Mhm.
22 degrees Fahrenheit outside.
Have you are you going to be taking her to like the Humane Society?
Yeah,
Because they do the low cost neuter
right.
free.
Yeah, and it's on the
That's how I
north.
got my boys done.
It's on the north side, which is
Hmm.
across town, essentially.
Have you called them and talked to them about possibly getting help with transportation?
I've never mentioned transportation, and maybe I
Call them and
should.
try and find out because sometimes if you don't have a car, sometimes they will come and pick up the animal for you. But you have to talk to them and find out.
Yeah,
They might be able to help you with that.
I could even be nice and just say, do they know of any cheap transportation? And probably what I'm going to end up with is they'll say, oh yeah, there's Lyft. So, like $40 one way.
No, you just explained to them that you are on a fixed, don't use the word low income, use you're on a fixed income.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mm.
And
Actually, I think it's a
that,
broken income, but go on.
Yeah,
well, but
pretty
you
much
can
it
tell them you're on
is.
a fixed income, you don't have the money to pay for Lyft or
Uber.
um, Uber, and that you don't want to try taking the bus with the animal coming out of anesthesia and see if they might have a way to have somebody come pick her up and bring her home.
Yeah, it would be so much better if there were, or were there someone I could count on around here. But
Right.
what I end up with is everybody is available to help in the past tense.
Right.
Mm.
Well, if you
It's
had called me, I
always
would have been able to help. Yeah.
that's exactly what I've heard. That's exactly what I've been told.
Mhm.
I'm talking about when Jeff came out here. I was talking to a friend about that, and she said, "Oh, you should have called," and I kept my mouth clamped
I
shut
bet you had already called. And
because,
she said she couldn't.
well, not that particular one, but one very similar. Yep. And
Yeah.
it's like, well, I was talking about the little one because I do want to see if I can find someone to look in on her once or twice if I can manage to get my butt to Faithless Forum. Um,
Mhm.
and I mentioned it in passing, and not a peep out of her. Um,
Mhm.
so, and I was kind of fishing to see if she would say anything, but no, and it's, oh, okay,
Mhm.
fine. No big deal. I'll work something out. I found out, it's a good thing I found out, otherwise I would have been asking and he would not have been available. One of the guys I was thinking of asking moved to Florida recently,
Oh,
so
Florida.
yeah, that was going to be one of these. No, I don't think that'll work out too well.
yeah.
Oh my! But
Yeah,
yeah,
every
I'd
now and
really.
then I get my friends from Seattle will post on Facebook, "Hey, anyone want to hang out at this Seattle location tonight?" And I'm always tempted to go, "Yeah, I do. Can I get a lift?"
There you
But
are.
I like that's the sort of thing I think and do my damnedest not to say. But at the same time, like I need to get it out of my head and have the catharsis of not thinking it anymore.
well,
And so
that's
I decided to let that break here, where my Seattle peeps won't go, yeah, 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 shut the fuck up, because
well, that's
it
like my mom's always like, "Get your grass cut." I would, mom, if I had the money to pay for it.
Hmm. Yeah, I'd like to see if I couldn't make a little bit more than I'm making. And of course, to do that, you got to have the better content and all this other happy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And because co-payments and a few other little
Yeah.
things that you need to get done and everything. You just have to be careful that you don't lose more than you gain.
Yep.
hmm
Okay, I gotta get
More
some.
going out than coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like the last time I had Mexican food.
Did it burn just as bad?
So I did. My brain is in that place where everything sounds like a pun, even more than usual.
Oh my, oh
Toot toot
my.
toot 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 toot. Yeah, I learned that the reason it actually burns just as much going out as it does coming in is because you have the same nerve endings in your down there that you do in your mouth. So that's why you feel it.
Oh, but then, like, if you've ever accidentally cut yourself and had something spicy go in there, it still hurts.
Well, I'm the dum dum that keeps putting like hot food in my mouth, like actual hot temperature food, and I end up losing a little bit of skin on the roof of my mouth, and I gotta
Oops.
keep constantly like rebuilding it after a day or two, and then I just do it again.
Well, there are these candies, these like atomic warhead sour, like hard
Yes.
candy. And that will make the entire top layer of the skin of your mouth slough off.
Ay, caramba.
Yeah, that stuff is powerful. Like, you know those Diablo burritos I talk about? Well, this is the sour equivalent of that spicy food.
They're so good.
Oh, they are. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
after a while it hurts.
Yeah, it's like as soon as you go to eat anything hot or anything sharp, it's like you feel it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hush you.
Kitty.
Sorry, she's gonna learn someday that meowing at dinner time gets her A sprayed and 2 dinner comes later. One of these days she'll figure that
Oh,
out.
speaking of sprayed, that's the other thing I've got to do. The lavender isn't working so much anymore, so I've got to see if I cannot find Bitrex in a spray bottle. Do you guys know about Bitrex?
Never
Mm-mm.
heard of it.
It is billed as the most bitter compound ever. It's in some. I don't know if they still have those clear nail polishes, where a parent who wants to torture the kid puts it on the fingernails when the kid bites the fingernails to keep the kid from biting the fingernail. And the stuff is horribly bitter. And they say that it can work for kitties because part of the reason that she climbs the draperies and everything else like that is to get to the houseplants to eat them. So
Mm.
maybe if I could give her the idea that houseplants taste terrible, maybe she won't climb the curtains. I don't know. And I
I
know.
A cat
suppose
that
it's
eats their
possible.
vegetables.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because they're like totally not omnivorous.
Yeah, it's really weird, but she loves. Okay, spider plant is her favorite ever, followed very closely by pothos, which is somewhat similar to a philodendron. Um, and then my what's the other one I had? Fittonia. She ate that one, the first one I had, right down to the soil. But what she do, it's not so much that she's eating it; she chews it up and spits it out. Because
Ew.
I'll find wads of soaking plant matter on the carpet, and it's like pata petrasta, one of those. But and then I give her the cat grass, and she doesn't look at it. Now, if I wanted
Yeah.
her to eat the houseplants, then she would eat the cat grass. Just the way kitties are. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll give that
Kwanzaa
one a
is
try. Yeah.
I don't know. She doesn't really. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Did you
I'm
go off the
like
rails on this crazy
multitasking right
train?
here. I'm like while we're chatting, I'm also browsing Steam games because I need new games to play. Darn it!
Hmm.
So
Were we talking about catnip or something?
Meow.
Yeah, we were. Oh, yeah. Columbia is not. Well, she never used to be the biggest fan of catnip, but then I tried it again, and all of a sudden she's digging on it, sort of.
Mhm.
And it seems to change from moment to moment. Like if I decide to give it to her again the next day, she'll be like, "What? What's this crapola?" I don't know
Mhm.
what's up with her. She is such a cat in the way that she's unpredictable, but at the same time, there's other like typical cat things she doesn't do. So.
Hmm.
But like she has never been the one until recently, actually. She's never been the one to get up on a table or counter and start shoving stuff off of it for the sake of it.
Hmm.
But she's started doing that now, and I don't know why.
Because cats are cats, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I just wish she was a little more consistent.
Okay, I'm going to go because
It's like a toddler; they're never consistent.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go because I'm getting really scratchy and really coughy. So.
Well, you should try getting really TE instead.
There
Yeah.
you go. There
I'll
you
just be
go.
over here.
Yeah.
But,
But,
you take care of yourself,
yep.
okay?
Well, I'm better than I was, but
Jeepers.
after spending all night coughing, I'm just tired. So I'm gonna go lay down here very shortly and get some sleep once my NyQuil starts kicking in. So I'm gonna go take that now. So
Well,
I
glad to
will
have
see
you.
you all later.
Glad to have you here.
Oh, it was nice being here. You all have a good night.
Me too.
See
I
you later. See you on
wish-
Sunday, Diana.
Have fun. You
Yeah,
know,
oh,
I
yeah.
Friday
wish I
night if you're
knew
on.
what
Or
in
Friday
hell I
night if you're on
clicked
movie.
on to make Steam think that what I want in its recommendations is like anime style porn games.
Oh,
really,
no. Do they
really don't want
Wow.
that. But I'm getting hentai games left and right here, and I want to know what the hell I clicked on to make them think that that's what I want.
do they still make those?
Oh, they're all over the place. Steam is lousy with them.
Oh, my word. I had a couple of them back in the 90s.
My plan worked perfectly. I mean, what?
Mhm.
There was one based on girls with cat ears.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I forget. There's a name for it, and I forget what it is, but
I should remember it too, but I don't. Probably like Neko-chan or something.
something.
Nickel Mimi.
And look! Hi, Purple! Hi, dear! Yay!
Hello.
Hi.
Just when I came in, you were discussing bra sizes, and I didn't feel I was qualified for that discussion.
You could talk about your admiration of them if that's what you like.
Actually, it's more the hips that I pay attention to. That
You
the
know-
top is secondary.
I am right there with you on that. I like a good hourglass on a girl.
Okay, then. Yeah.
I'm just saying that to me is far more hot. Like, you know, someone she could have no tits at all, but if she got that curve of hip and waist, I'm like, oh, humana, humana, humana. So, but that's just me.
Shake them hips, baby.
Oh my! I like I like a lady with some substance. You were talking about the crazy skinny and all that stuff. No, that's.
Mm.
I mean, she's really got to have an IQ to make up for that. You know.
Mm.
I say there's a Goldilocks zone. It's not a binary set of, you know, this much weight or bust. No, there's yeah.
Batonkas.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because you can go overboard in either direction.
Mm-hmm. Oh
A
my!
lot more of it has to do with overall proportion, but more balanced. But yeah, generally my taste has always been in bigger women, and I'm sure part of that is influence that even as a teenager, my first couple of girlfriends were, you know, pretty big for being teenagers.
Jen, hi! Didn't see you come in. Yay! Yay! We got all the fun people coming in here.
Whoop, whoop. Let the mayhem begin.
Oh man, no, I'm not gonna run until tomorrow noon. No, I'm not going to do that.
Aw.
Oh my word! There's someone from the deep dark distant past. I used to do the 8 hour live streams on a daily basis. I mean, this guy was nuts. That at one point he did a 24-hour live stream because we just kept, hey Don, how about another one? One of these deals, and it's. I think that was the only one he ever did because it just kind of knocked him right out of it. But he's back. He's back now. He's going to start doing another series of videos in February, so we can look forward to another freaking atheist coming back.
Woohoo!
Yay! 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 Yay!
Starting to sound like there might be too many of us. How many freaking atheists do we need?
I don't know.
We need all of them.
Of course we do.
Yes. That is.
Well, the last Pew survey was saying that it's still only about 1 out of 4 people in the U.S. who claims to not be of some religion.
Oh my, that's 1 in 4 is better than the numbers I remember hearing, but it's still a minority, of course.
Yeah, well, and that's just people saying they don't belong to a religion, not necessarily that they're atheist, but they don't go to church.
Yeah, and you could run into some problems there too.
Yeah, so it's hard to sort out from that, how many of them are actually atheists and how many of them are just still have kind of Christian beliefs, but just don't actively pray.
Yeah, there were the mentions a while back in one of the articles I read about the unchurched Christians in the South being among Trump's fiercest supporters. So you can run into that shit.
Well, and it also depends how the wording of the form was. Like when they were taking the survey, was pagan even an option?
Jen, if you want to come on, check your DM. And Don says he's coming back beginning of February. As a matter of fact, he wants to interview me as he wants me to be his first interview guest. So I'm looking forward to that. Yay! And I'll make sure that I have some of the pictures of like the guy wearing nothing but an AR-15 and a Colt sidearm.
No! Not again!
You remember that?
Yes. How can I forget? You naughty girl.
Okay, Jen. Oh, darn it. Oh, well.
You're such a naughty.
They said that about Rasta. Whatever that meant. I have no idea what that meant. Oh, Porsche, boy.
Oh, I was over in the Twitter window. I didn't see which Jen it was.
Yes, Tingle Jen.
Yep.
Tingle Jen, Tingle Jen.
I have her to thank for knowing about Chuck Tingle. I still have to try to get hold of him. And I'm starting to get the.
I think he's too busy writing anime video games.
Could be. He takes part in a weekly podcast, which I have yet to listen to. I've got to get around to that. Yeah, I've seen a video or two of his. He's just, oh God, he's weird. I love it.
I know of him. I actually don't know anything about him other than what I've heard you people saying.
And yes, IQ, we are indeed talking about Don Michaud. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, his charity fundraiser to get the tattoo starter kit for his girls did clear the goal.
Sweet.
Tattoo start. Are they learning to do tattooing?
Yes.
Huh. You know,
Okay.
I actually made a post recently. I think I posted it to both Facebook and Twitter, saying that if I was ever independently wealthy, would never have to work another day in my life, a facial tattoo would be on the table. I'm not saying I'd get anything or what I'd get, because I don't know. But I think a facial tat could be kind of cool. It's just, it could also be a bar to employment.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I have actually interviewed at a couple of places that explicitly asked, have you any tattoos that we can't see right now, with the long sleeves and all that stuff. And I got the impression that that would have been a definite,
Deal breaker?
yeah.
Yeah, the social stigma is a lot less than it used to be, but it's still there.
Mm-hmm.
And especially facial tattoos. Those are just too often. People seem to assume that if you have a facial tattoo, you've been in prison.
Okay,
Something like
then.
that.
Yeah,
But I mean, I look at people like, say, Chakotay on Star Trek Voyager or something. I'm like, that's kind of cool.
okay, now wait a minute. Which character is this?
Chakotay, he was the second in command after Janeway. He was the Native American dude.
I think I know who you're talking about. Okay. I mean, really, all I've seen of it is the YouTube clips, but I kind of get an idea of the cast of characters.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of Trekkies out there don't like Voyager for some reason. I think it's a perfectly lovely show. I don't know what they're
Sure.
on about.
Yeah, it has its own storyline and everything, and not all that bad, really. I
Yeah,
tried.
I mean, go on.
I tried finding, in quotes, finding the ripped videos such that I could, watch them all at home. But unfortunately, all I could find, I was not able to play once I got them downloaded. They required a codec that I didn't have, and had to mess around with a whole bunch to install. So, oh well. I've still got the.
Well, it was probably a result of using Linux.
Honey.
My fiance had a huge dragon tattoo that literally covered her entire back.
Okay,
Yeah.
then.
Yeah. Well, she had just had the outline so far. She was still trying to save up money to get it colored in.
No,
Yeah,
understand,
even
Kate,
just
that.
the circuitry here was pretty expensive.
Okay, then. What do they charge by the square inch or something? Or no, I'm being
No,
serious when I ask that.
It's actually more a matter of time.
Oh,
Really?
okay.
Yeah. It's usually about $50, $60 an hour.
Something like that.
Okay, and if I had $50 or $60 an hour, I'd be spending it on electrolysis first.
Yeah, well, my fiance had gotten hers done before she became disabled, and that's why she only got as far as the outline with it.
Did they end up removing her back?
No, just not having the money to do anything more.
Ah. Yeah, I don't think you
what
can
you were
remove
saying about the
someone's
fixed
back.
income thing. That basically her income got cut in half, so she never had the money to do anything more.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all sorts of fun. I mean, I'm just going to pull numbers out of the air here. But say you go from 40 grand a year down to 12.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, going from 40 grand a year down to 12 would really suck because, well, that's $1 a month.
Okay.
I'll just be over here. Yeah.
I
Ooh,
tell you,
I got
sometimes
the
it feels like that.
Mm,
I got the question for in general.
Yes, dear.
Has anybody received any religious tracts like at random this year so far?
Not this year.
Define at random.
Well, at work the other day, I'm making a customer sandwich and he gave me this big old smile. He kind of looked like Ryan Stiles a little bit.
Oh,
And
jeez.
he's like, "Merry Christmas." So he hands me this little thing. It's a flat thing, and then when I take a look at it, on the back it says "Our Daily Bread," and it shows a little Bible picture, and I'm like, "Oh boy." So then I waited until he walked away, and then I set it down, and then I just kind of used my finger and scooted it to the trash.
Man, when I
Okay. Well, I mean, I've never gotten one randomly,
Yeah,
but I've been
my
walking around in certain public places where they
biggest
have
prominent, but yeah,
booths.
in every birthday and Christmas card, he includes a pamphlet of scripture verses, and it's like, yeah, that really is kind of undercutting the birthday card entirely.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
like happy birthday, but change your beliefs.
Oh, hold on. I gotta be right back. I have a kitty to feed. It is, in fact, her food time, so I'll be back.
Okay. One day I was on break and I'm sitting in the cafe next to my deli and I'm listening to something on my tablet. I got my earbuds in and I mind my own business. And this lady comes into the cafe after she bought like some chicken and she sits I'm sitting like in a half booth. I sit off in my own little corner. I like my little nook. And she sits at the table that's next to mine. And then she leans over like she's gonna ask me something. So I take out my earbud and she goes, "Hello, Jesus love you." And I'm like, "Okay, thanks." And I just put my earbud back in and I tune her out.
Okay, then. Oh
Oh, and
my.
yep, and a couple years ago, I had a McDonald's worker, a Spanish lady. While I'm eating, my dad's in the bathroom. She comes up to me and she gives me a little tract pamphlet and she goes, "Jesus love you." And then she walked off.
Oh
I could have
Lord.
probably reported her for religious propaganda, but she needs a job too, so I didn't say anything.
There you
I just threw it
go.
out.
When I went to view the total solar eclipse, I went to Carbondale, Illinois. I saw it at the stadium of the Southern Illinois University at Carbondale. So I drove there. I parked the car in the lot. I went just walking around the grounds, went in the stadium, saw the eclipse, all this other happy stuff. I come back out, go to the car, and there, jammed into the door, is a chick tract.
They
And
still make those?
they still make those. This was 2 years ago. Yeah.
Oh wow.
I don't know how many people thought I was crazy because they're right, but I'm at the car and it's like, all right, chick tracks, yay! It's like, what the hell is she all happy about?
You're like, "I just got chick tracked."
I still have it around here somewhere. Oh my! It was a recent one too. I think either just before or just after Chick died was the publication date.
I've really
Wow.
only seen those like online. I don't think I've ever encountered one in person, but the impression I got was that it was something sort of like Goofus and Gallant cranked up to 11.
Oh my word! You know about? Oh God! I remember Goofus and Gallant, the Highlights magazine.
Exactly.
Yes, fun with a
Who doesn't remember
purpose.
highlights? I used to love trying to do the crafts that are in highlights, but I never could get them right.
Because I had
Hmm.
a subscription to Highlights when they were, oh Christ, I think they were 9 by 16 or something. They're the large magazine format.
Hmm.
I think, if I remember correctly, later on they cut them down to the size of a National Geographic or some shit like that.
Well,
But
I only remember them in doctors' offices. That's where you encounter highlights.
okay, I actually got home delivery.
Yeah, so,
I
so
did
did
too. I
I.
think one of my aunts had given me a subscription when I was a kid.
And then there was the other one,
Man.
if anybody remembers Golden Magazine.
Never heard of it.
Heard of it, but never got it.
Yeah, it was another one like Highlights. It was whoever published the Gold Key comics. Same people.
Gold Key Comics. I don't know those either.
Okay, so this got to be some old stuff. Let me see if I can.
No, I
find-
remember the Gold Key comics,
Yeah.
although I'm having difficulty attaching what characters were in those.
Well, one thing I remember was when my parents first introduced me to Archie, right? And what I didn't realize at the time was that there were two different companies putting out Archie. Now, I forget what the one that was the good one was called, the one where it was just a bunch of stories about these kids in high school. But there was also one by a company called Spire, where they would have the Archie story and then the sermon.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I remember
And
when they
it took me
started
a
doing
while.
those
I had to
religious
get
ones.
really careful about which one I bought, making sure that the Spire logo was not in the upper corner before I bought it.
Yep.
Okay, I found a advertise. Somebody is selling or is or was selling a copy of the magazine out of 1966, and this is the listing on Amazon. So at least you could get an idea of the cover art and all that other happy stuff. It was, a couple stories, some crafts, bullshit. Yeah, I had a subscription to that one as well. There was some pretty good stuff in there. A little science section. I remember one that came out in October about visual effects that might be mistaken for ghosts. And they told you how you could do this, where you would see, if you held the light a certain way in a dark room, you'd see the veins in your own retina and all this other happy stuff. It was great shit, man. Another one, how to beginner's ventriloquism. All kinds of fun stuff. April 66, that would be a little... Okay, that would be a little past when I wasn't getting it anymore. April 66, I was 8 years old, so... I was getting this stuff when I was like 6 and 7. Yeah, I'm old. I know.
You age like a fine wine.
I don't know. I think I might age like bathtub gin.
Everybody thinks I'm 10 years younger than I am, but it still doesn't get me a date.
Yeah, I got a little one of my coworkers one day we were just talking and he told me that he's married but he has an open relationship, with his wife, so they bring in different people sometimes, and I'm not, I've never been never thought of myself as a sexy person, but he I said, yeah, but look at me, I got this big old butt. He goes, more cushion for the pushing.
Oh my,
So
oh my.
So even with an open marriage and stuff, I probably wouldn't get involved, but it's kind of nice to have a little bit of that attention.
Well, I told you about the story of the time when my neighbors invited me to a three-way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that one kind of came out of nowhere.
Yep.
I was boggled though, because we were at that dyke bar, and she kept I was dancing and she kept trying to kiss me, and I was not sure, am I gonna get punched by your husband? Because I didn't know what the hell was going on. But then it turned out he would have been totally cool with it. But I just wanted to make sure I had his permission before I did any damn thing, because
Yeah.
that's how you get in trouble, is kissing some guy's wife in a public place when he doesn't want you to be doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's no way I was going to be doing a three-way with a guy involved. So
Yeah, that's why even with me, I'm just like, if things ever got to that point and I wanted it to happen, I would actually want to sit down with him and his wife and, make sure everybody was cool with it and I wouldn't be some kind of homewrecker.
yeah, exactly. Especially since now they have a baby. I'm like,
Oh, oh yeah, and my coworker has an 8-year-old daughter.
it's just, I've never been in that situation before, and I felt unprepared for it.
Yeah, you can't be taken aback by stuff like that. It's like, okay.
Yep.
Didn't see that coming.
Well, I mean, I'm entertained by it now, but at the time, I was like, what's protocol here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not used to anybody being interested in me. I'm like, say what?
I've been on the other side of that with the ex I was living with in the 90s.
Yeah.
Well, and on one occasion, I didn't even know she had done it, but at the restaurant, she had left the waitress a note, basically an invitation. So, got a phone call and was the waitress explaining to me basically thanks, but no thanks. And it's like, oh, I didn't even know she had asked you.
Oh dear.
Well,
we had ground rules for that sort of thing that we had discussed beforehand. It's just on that particular occasion, I wasn't in the loop.
Are you familiar with the band Ninja Sex Party?
No.
Entertaining band.
They are vaguely familiar.
I mean, it's kind of like the pop equivalent of Steel Panther. And Steel Panther is the 80s hair metal band that does the raunchiest lyrics you ever heard. Ninja Sex Party's a little more lighthearted, and you can probably, let's put it this way. There's nothing to which you can actually object in their lyrics. And yet, okay, they have a song called Orgy for One. Which was basically about a guy who tried to invite a whole bunch of women over for an orgy, and it's just a list of all their excuses for why they didn't show up.
That sounds depressing.
Right? And so he's like, and so the chorus is, nobody showed, but I'm gonna have some fun. Let's get this party started. It's an orgy for one. So
Okay, then.
yeah. But it's an entertaining as hell song, and it just sort of fits with what we're talking about because multiple partners, yada yada. So no, and I mean it's even a decent song in its own right. Like if the music wasn't there, I'd probably still listen. So I mean for me that's the mark of good music, is if I don't give a rat's ass what the lyrics were, but the music made me do this. Well-made song. Of course, I've mentioned before that's burned me a couple of times because a song where I really loved the tune, the lyrics didn't percolate until the 12th run through, and I'm like, oh wait, this is a Rapidly Pro Skinhead song. Shit.
Yeah,
that happened more than once. Apparently, skinheads make amazing music. They're just also assholes.
Okay, then.
Yeah, when I listen to music, I always pay attention to the lyrics along with the songs, even first time hearing it, second time hearing it, and I try and let it process, and I'm like, do I really like this or should I move on? It depends on, because songs, whether I like them or not, get stuck in my head anyway. So I'm just like,
Yeah.
And if there's a song I don't like in my head, I justify it by changing the lyrics to something funny.
Man, there have been times when I've been completely unable, for literally more than a week, unable to get certain songs out of my head. And the worst part is I can't change the lyrics because sometimes they're completely instrumental. Like for a while there, it had to have been more than a week, probably like a week and a half, on auto repeat, the theme to the original Battlestar Galactica.
Mm.
Yep.
And there's another one called the Lucas Medley, which is based, or not Lucas Medley. What is it? It's like a tribute to John Williams.
Oh,
where-
John Williams is the man from Moose Butter.
No.
Nope.
And it's all of the lyrics are about Star Wars, but it's a cappella and sung to the tunes of every theme song, every famous theme song that John Williams has ever done
Yep.
that is not Star Wars.
I know what you're talking about.
Like it starts with Indiana Jones, the theme, and they're like, long time ago, far, far away, long time ago, far, far away, kids
Kiss
a
a
Wookiee,
Wookiee, take a droid, fly the Falcon through an asteroid till the princess is annoyed. It's the tenacious, this monsters of Star Wars. We love it. Come and help me, Obi-Wan. I'll sing the whole thing.
Yeah, and that was on auto repeat in my head for ages. I could not get rid of it. So yeah.
Along similar lines, of course, Kate's going to hate this because it involves Shatner. But you look up on the internet, see if you can find The Legend of Bilbo Baggins. And it's sung by Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner.
I've seen it with Leonard Nimoy. I don't ever remember seeing Shatner involved.
Okay, they did it as a duet at one point.
Okay. But I mean that is a silly song. It just, there's something about it, I don't know. Of course, I've never been a huge fan of Lord of the Rings. I've tried, and there's something about it that doesn't grab me, and I'm not sure how to explain it.
I agree with you. I never quite understood its popularity.
Yeah.
I read the books when I was in high school, and I thought, it was decent, but nothing extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, it read
Although
fairly
what's funny
well.
about that is this is a replica of the One Ring right here. So
Yep. Well, and the Elvish language is based on Finnish. Which, well, when my mother's grandmother was getting old, she forgot how to speak English, so they could only converse in Finnish. So, like in the movies, when they're talking Elvish, I can actually pick out a couple of words.
it's kind of like when I watch anime and what
it's like I never learned the language, but it still sounds familiar.
Yeah. I actually, for that matter, if I'm ever watching a movie that has bits in Spanish, I start catching tiny bits and pieces too from what I remember from high school.
Okay.
Same here. I only learned basic in high school. So, like, if I ever encounter a customer that speaks Spanish, I know enough to ask them what they want and how much they want, but I cannot hold a full-on conversation to save my life.
Well,
My fiance told me
basic when I was little, but in high school I moved on to Pascal. I never did learn C++, but sorry.
My fiance told me that I speak German in my sleep. And I've never learned German, so the only thing I can think of is fragments I picked up from war documentaries.
Huh.
Okay.
9?
I don't know. What little German I know at all is about that Johann Gambleputty guy. Although actually, no, I mean, we've mentioned before the thing where they're saying different words in different languages, and then the last person to say it is the German dude, and it comes out like horrifying. You know those videos?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's awesome because they've got like this whole thing of they got the British guy, he goes butterfly, and then they got the French go papillon and all of that, and they say then at the end they get to the German guy, he's like Schmetterling, like at Nuremberg or some shit. Although I have to say one of my favorites has to be ambulance because they're all like ambulance.
Yes.
Ambulance, and he goes, Krankenwagen. He wants to murder you when he says it. It's like,
German,
wow.
German
Okay.
is the only language in which I love you sounds like a threat.
Yeah.
It's crazy pants. German just sounds so terrifying. I was actually in VR today playing Spark, and a couple of German guys were playing, and every now and then they would talk to each other in German, and it would sound so frightening. because I mean they're already winded. They're like exerting themselves, doing all this exercise. And if anyone like scores on them, he's like 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. And I'm like, holy crap, dude, it's just a game. But I think that's just how he says no.
You
Das
need
ist
to
so,
look up
das ist so
you need to look
schlecht.
up
Scheiße.
you need to look up the video on Gabriel Iglesias when he traveled to India and he did a comedy show, and there was a couple German dudes sitting up in the front row and they were heckling him, and it got worse. So I won't spoil everything, but like you need to look it up and get to that part of the joke because it's wow.
Okay. I was one of my favorite comedians, even though I don't agree with everything he says, is Christopher Titus. And he was talking about how to really destroy a comedian. Because, if someone heckles, if you're an experienced comedian, you have a couple of things you can throw at them to like, make them shut up. But if you really want to screw with a comedian, don't laugh at all. Just sort of sit there every couple of minutes, just like that. It will destroy the guy because what's your problem? So,
that is just so mean if you do that on purpose. That's so mean. I mean, if they're not genuinely not funny, you can see. But if they are funny, but you're doing the stone face on purpose, I mean, that's just horrible.
And I might be able to pull it off too, because I'm told I have a pretty decent poker face. I don't know if I've ever told you about the game Secret Hitler. If you're familiar with that, it's a hidden role game where you've got a bunch of fascists and a bunch of liberals. One of the fascists is Hitler, and certain people know certain things about everybody, and certain people don't, and all that stuff. Yeah, and there's if you happen to be one of the people where you don't want anyone to know your identity, you got to poker face it. And apparently people have learned to not trust me, even when I'm telling the truth in this game, because I apparently don't give off a sign. I don't have a like what do they call it in poker? Maybe it is sign.
A tell.
Tell, thank you. Yes, apparently I don't have any tells.
Yeah, a lot of people have like a facial twitch, or they'll scratch their chin or something.
Mm-hmm. It's like, I have a horrible poker face. I'm a terrible liar. I cannot do that.
Yeah. Although actually one of my favorite techniques that I've used is if someone's accusing me of having a role I don't have, I've often taken a 20 out of my wallet and said, I will bet you this much that I'm not a fascist. No one ever takes me up on it, but it is a good way. But it is a good way to tell people you're telling the truth.
The game nobody will play with me anymore is Boulder Dash.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's where you pick a card and it's got the definition on there, or you can make up a definition and see who you can get to believe it.
Mm.
And it's like, yeah, I'm good at just spewing out a string of nonsense that sounds like an encyclopedia, even if I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Well, there was a bunch of years ago, like literally 20 years ago now, I was given for my birthday Star Wars Trivial Pursuit. I am not allowed to play Star Wars Trivial Pursuit anymore. The first game we played, I had one turn and I won on my turn. The second game we played, they limited me to one pie wedge per turn, and I still shut everybody out. And they're like, yeah, we're not playing with you anymore. And I was like, gee, thanks. Best birthday ever. Thanks, guys.
Well, that was the one in the standard Trivial Pursuit. They quickly learned to not ask me science questions. I had them all. I mean, I didn't have to memorize the way some people. I knew people who actually memorized the questions and the answers, and it felt kind of shady to me. It felt a little like cheating, but I say it. I will. I'm rather well versed in the sciences, and with the level of questions that you got in Trivial Pursuit, it was rather easy to run the board if you could stay on the science thing.
Yep.
So,
yeah,
never gives a
I could do the same thing with the science and nature.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Well-
I had one game that I had collected all the wedges and got up to the center, and they figured, okay, they'll give me a sports question because that's the one category I can never get.
That's what they would do to me, either sports or what was the pink one?
Yeah, but in that case, it turned out that the question they pulled was rules about cricket. So I was the only one in the room who could answer that.
You know, for someone who doesn't actually watch or in any way pursue sports, professional sports in any way, I know way more than I ought to. I don't know if I'm just like absorbing it by osmosis, which I don't know how because none of my friends are into sports either. But I have weird knowledge every now and then. Someone says, "Oh, hey, this thing that happened." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that was that guy, wasn't it?" Wait, why do I know that?
It's subliminal.
It's weird. I don't get it.
Subliminal sports getting in your mind.
Yeah, there's actually an item, and I think I'm probably just going to buy it for myself. That's on my Amazon wish list. It's a T-shirt that just says "Go Sports." Like, and there's more on it. I don't remember exactly how it goes. Let's see. It's oh yeah, yay, go sports, do the thing, win the points is what the yeah. So I want that shirt just because I don't follow sports in any way, and I think it's funny.
Isn't it ironic?
So anyway, that's just a thing that.
Yeah, about all I know is that football's the one where they don't realize balls are supposed to be round.
There you
Well,
go.
That's
technically
about
it's
my
round in the
opinion on
middle.
sports.
Fine, it's foot oblong spheroid. Okay.
It's lemon shaped.
Yep.
But okay, there was a George Carlin routine where he was illustrating the differences between baseball and football, and one of the factors he mentioned, I never really realized this before, but baseball is about the only sport that I can really think of, except possibly tennis or golf, that isn't timed.
Right.
Well, in the U.S.,
Yeah.
cricket also has no time limit, and there are records of games that have gone on for more than 2 weeks.
Yikes. Well, I have to admit, I don't really grok cricket, but I've never really tried either. Also, I have a very difficult time. I have to swallow a little bit of bile every time I describe golf as a sport.
Yeah.
There was
I'm trying to remember. There was. I think it was Alfred Lord Tennyson. It was someone hoity-toity like that who said, "Golf, the best way to spoil a good walk."
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I
Okay.
remember some years ago I was listening to a baseball game that ran, I think it was 30 innings. It ran through it passed the curfew one day, and they had to pick it up the next day. Because
That's insane.
the one thing you could not do was play beyond 2 a.m., so you had to halt the game and then pick it up later.
Well, and hockey has a time limit, but hockey can go into multiple overtimes.
Well, a lot of games that have time limits have overtime rules.
Yeah. No, I just
But
remember.
I mean, I thought it was interesting though that like baseball and football. In baseball, you play to a certain threshold of factors, as opposed to the timing thing.
Yep.
Yeah, but one thing I don't understand is how is blackjack considered poker rather, considered a sport when all you're doing is just sitting on your ass looking at cards?
This happened when ESPN got to be more than 4 channels and needed something to fill airtime.
Yeah.
Poker is not a sport. Poker is a game.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's kind of the way I keep explaining to people when I tell them about that VR sport that I like called Spark, that it is indeed a sport and not just a game. Because, man, is that an aerobic workout. I mean, I will drench my clothing through just playing an hour of it.
Yeah, because it's physical.
Yeah, exactly. Although it's funny how many of the noobs don't realize that's what it is. Because they figure, oh yeah, I'm just throwing this ball and all this stuff. And they keep getting their asses trounced because they won't dodge. They don't realize you have to use your whole body to play this game. It's not a sit down and play kind of game. I mean, there are actually people. There's a small movement, and I doubt it'll succeed. That is trying to get Spark into the Olympics.
Okay, then.
It
Well,
could
and
happen.
it actually makes perfect sense. I mean, if there's like Olympic tennis, well, Spark is like tennis plus. Although
They,
it's actually closer to like squash or racquetball, but still.
they got
Yeah,
they got curling into the Winter Olympics. They could certainly get Spark into the Olympics one way or
I don't
another.
see it
Yeah,
happening anytime soon, but I could see it in the future that they would start
yeah.
getting VR games in there.
Absolutely. There's no reason not to. I mean,
Yeah.
if you saw the way some people play Spark, it's amazing. And I don't know what I did, but I recently got pretty good. Like people who used to trounce me regularly, I'm literally shutting them out. Like no
Yeah.
points whatsoever. I changed something. I don't know what it is, but it's working for me. And I mean, when you're done playing like a freaking ninja, it feels really good. And maybe it's just the endorphins, but there's a certain amount of pride knowing you're kicking that much butt that way.
But I
Well, I
take
think
it.
for it to become an Olympic, the main thing, is that it's got to get to the point that gets popular in enough different countries.
Well, like I said, there were German guys playing today, and I've met a few French folks, and
Mhm.
there's one or two Aussies, and then there's those people they claim to be from that place that doesn't exist. What is it called? Canada.
Oh,
That was it.
Canadia. Okay.
Yeah, Canada doesn't exist. It's mythical, like Atlantis or Hoboken. So
Canoodling.
yeah,
Wait a minute, you believe Australia exists, but Canada doesn't?
right, of course.
They're just an extension of Frenchies.
Oh, don't get me started. But anyway,
Well, no, I thought the bad one was
seriously,
New
if I have
Zealand.
a scrap of racial bigotry in my makeup whatsoever, it is for the Quebecers. I cannot stand them. But a lot of that is just because I can't stand the sound of French. I hate that language. Ugly language. I don't know how, like, when people talk about it being romantic, I'm like, how? How? Yiddish is more romantic than French.
Yeah, I never consider Quebec when I think about Canada. That's something separate.
I
Yeah,
have
well,
many times.
unfortunately, I have to because I was raised within screaming distance of the border. But I love Vancouver. Vancouver,
Yeah.
BC is lovely.
I have said to many people that I am unable to speak French because my mouth is not full of stuff that doesn't belong there.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah. French just sounds so nasal to me.
Like
Like
snooty.
when they no, literally nasal. Like when they cut off a word at a syllable where there's still a buttload of letters left and they just don't say it. Like what's the word for boat? Is baton or something? I'm like, no, baton. 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 Put that N in there, you jackasses. But no,
Parlez-vous français?
baton or something like that. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's they do that part at the end. Baton. It does sound snooty as fuck. But whatever it is, it's just like, guys, don't, no, ugly. Okay, you know what it is? You know what it is to me? Here's the equivalent. Okay, I've mentioned before, I want to hear someone sing opera like a normal person instead of a snooty yodeler the way they always do it. Because that all that diaphragm action and it sounds like someone howling. It sounds like banshee yowls to me. But I bet it would. But I bet it might sound good if it was sung the way someone would sing a rock or pop song. And I don't even mean change up the music. Keep the orchestra. I just want to hear you sing it like a normal person. And I think that what you call it French is the same thing. Is if people actually spoke it without that nasalness to it, I might think it's a better language than I do. But because it sounds like they're trying to speak with a mouthful of cotton balls, I don't enjoy listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And
There's 3 people I work with that are Haitian, and I hear them and they speak French among each other, and it actually sounds a little more well, I dare say a little better coming from them.
Well, I mean, that is something I've heard is that French Canadians don't speak French the way French people do, and they're actually quite horrified to hear Quebec French.
Well,
I don't know
everywhere
if
has
that's
different
true, but I've heard it.
dialects, so
Well, yeah,
I
the
don't-
French are about Quebec the same way the British are about the U.S.
Yep.
Mm.
one of the main ways I learned that different Spanishes are different is because, like, I had a coworker that was Puerto Rican, and she told me that she had a neighbor that was Cuban, and in general, when speaking Spanish, they understood each other. But one day, my coworker had to go over and borrow her phone, so she went over and asked the lady in Spanish, you know, would it be possible I could use your phone because mine's not working? And the lady said yes in Cuban Spanish, but in Puerto Rican Spanish, it sounded like, no, come back later. And she's like, okay. So then the lady's like, wait, I said you could use it. So it's like just a little tweak of a word can mean something different.
Move.
Yeah, sometimes just putting the accent on the wrong syllable.
Hmm.
You mean on the wrong syllable?
Yeah, the accent on the second syllable. That one, yes.
The sibilance.
The emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The other thing about French is, I mean, in a way, there's a method to the madness because you look at the word or the sentence, and you look at all the letters, and then you pronounce the letters that are not there.
Hmm.
Yep.
Like
Well, did you know it
ennui.
was part of our founding fathers' plans that Quebec should have been part of the U.S.?
Ooh,
Hmm.
it should have
Everybody
been.
knows
know,
about
I
Benedict
just want-
Arnold as being a traitor. Nobody knows why.
I just want Canada to annex New England and Washington, Oregon, and California.
I've been
I
trying to
will
get Canada to
cheerfully
annex
be
the upper
a
Midwest. I've been trying to get them to make Minnesota the northern third of Wisconsin and the upper peninsula part of Alberta.
No, then we lose states. Then we don't look good.
Yeah, but I'll be Canadian, so I won't care.
The U.S. quit looking good a long time ago.
True enough.
Yeah.
True.
That was a difficult self-delusion to let go, to be honest. I was never a flag-waving patriot, but at the same time, I did hear the propaganda a lot when I was little. And,
Yeah, that looks about right.
yeah, I kind of wanted to believe that we were the best country on earth. It just wasn't true.
It kind of looks like Santa's sleigh.
Mhm. Actually, oh gosh, I've got a picture of it somewhere, but I often thought that the United States looked sort of like some sort of mutated fowl.
It's a
And
turkey.
I don't, yeah, kind of. Oh, yeah, speaking, okay, I found the picture I made of it. Let me present now. Well, a window and there. Okay, that I made this picture.
Oh
That's
my
what
god,
I
I
see
was
in
just
my head
kidding.
when I see a map of the US. That is totally it. It's kind of like when you look at Colonel Sanders, the old logo, where it was just his head and the tie, and it looked like a stick figure with a gigantic body. And I like as soon as I started telling people that's what it looked like, that's when they changed the logo. I'm not saying I had anything to do with that, but
Yep.
Well, it's like Benjamin Franklin. I think he wanted the national bird to be a turkey, and honestly, I think it fits wonderfully because it's fat, it's super duper grumpy, it'll fight you at the first instance, and yeah, all around it's just
well,
not a
one
pleasant
problem with
bird.
that though, it's also quite intelligent. So
Oh
Well,
well,
yeah.
yeah,
Are you talking about domestic turkeys or wild turkeys? Because they're
wild
almost
turkeys.
different species.
Yeah, well, wild turkeys are mean as fuck.
Yep.
And the worst part is they're smart too, so they can be smart and mean. Like I had someone tell me that like he went hunting with a friend of his,
Yep.
and they were hunting turkeys. So they had this tom in their sights, and they laid down in the bushes, and they're trying to stalk it. But then they look away, and when they turn back, the bird is gone. And then they're like, "Oh, where'd the tom go?" Soon enough, they start feeling pecks on the back of their legs.
So tell me
Okay.
this isn't a stick figure with a giant head on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It does. I see it
I knew just
now.
what you meant when you said it.
I'm just saying, is that something I saw for ages, and when I started telling people about it, they drew in the shoulders. Now I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens.
Are they from the far side?
Mhm.
You mean he's not Professor Stick's uncle?
He's really, really not. You know, in my entire life, I have never eaten KFC ever.
Really?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
They changed their recipe as of late, it seems, because it doesn't seem like their chicken is the same.
Well, they've changed
I've
the
only-
recipe a couple of times over
Yeah,
the years,
they have.
actually.
I've only eaten at Wendy's once.
I like Wendy's spicy chicken sandwiches.
It's when when we used to go to the cottage that my grandparents had. On the way out there, the slimy bastards would stop at the local KFC, get one of the buckets of I don't know, I think it was 3 dozen pieces or something, and we'd be eating the chicken on the Ohio Turnpike between Cleveland and Sandusky, and that was one recipe. This was maybe 50 years ago. Then there was another recipe in between, and now there's a third recipe that I can identify. I can't quite come up with exactly the differences between, but there are 3 different recipes I can remember.
Yeah, I'm sure it has to do with the cost and availability of particular spices.
Mm-hmm. And cutting costs to save money.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That if one spice got to be too expensive, then they're reducing the amount of it they use.
Yeah, plus then they got the original, they got the extra crispy, and then they have the grilled, and the grilled looks sickly. It looks like they just took like a Cornish game hen and
no.
cut it up and fried it.
Oh no.
So
Yeah, it's ugh.
The one thing I was
anyone ever weirded out by the fact that they used Foghorn Leghorn in KFC commercials? It's like dude's advocating the genocide of his own people for purposes of consumption by another species. I'm
Well,
a little worried about this.
They've got that in so many, so many cartoons. And, well, they backed off from it some, but in the 70s and 80s, there were a lot of things, especially fast food things, that were basically things telling you to eat them. What about McDonald's with Big Mac and Mayor McCheese?
Oh Lord, that whole Sid and Marty Croft thing they had going, yeah.
And
Actually,
the
Sid and
Hamburglar.
Marty Croft won a lawsuit against them
Yeah.
for ripping off their characters.
Interesting.
Yeah, McDonald's settled out of court for something like $2 million, and that's what they used to start their production studio.
Well, you know what I encountered recently that I'd completely forgotten about was the California raisins.
Oh
Oh,
my
yeah.
word, yes.
Those wacky claymation raisins that were like singing on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creepy, but somewhat entertaining.
But as far as the ads about, food telling you to eat it, one of the best ones, and it was a campaign that didn't run very long but made a lot more sense, was Burger King had a campaign with cows carrying signs that said eat more chicken.
Yeah. Yep.
Before Chick-fil-A did it?
Before I ever even heard of Chick-fil-A.
Every once in a while around
knocks
here, you
me
still
out.
see the billboards.
What knocks me out is that there actually was at one point a Burger King character, much like Ronald McDonald,
Yes.
but
yes.
they just sort of phased him out and you don't see him anymore. And that's probably for the best because he looked kind of creepy.
I was going to say,
He
you want
was
to talk
creepy
about
as hell.
creepy. Oh, boy.
Well, then again, also the earlier Ronald McDonald, before the one we know today that's been persisting for decades, was also pretty creepy.
Are you speaking of the, what was the, was it the L. Roker?
I don't know about that.
Which famous person did the, no, it wasn't the first, the, whatever weather person it was that did the very first Ronald McDonald.
Mm.
I don't know. I just know that it was creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, he wasn't even the first one.
He wasn't? Oh, okay.
The very first Ronald McDonald, yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
Is that creepy or what? That
Willard
could easily
Scott, that's the
be.
name I was trying to pull up.
This picture could easily be an audition for the movie It, for Stephen King's It.
Yeah, and he's wearing
The
the tray on
1960s
his,
version.
wearing the tray on his head with all the stuff in it. Yeah.
Yep.
Hmm. Well, I've got a picture about that too, but
We all dip down here.
okay, hold on. Let me prepare this a little because it's part of a much larger picture. Okay. Present now, a window, and there. So basically, it's a hamburger feed bag.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I vaguely recall seeing an ad for this sometime way back.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was. Please tell me that was a joke product.
Eek.
No,
I don't think so.
it was supposed to
Oh.
be so you could eat while you were driving and keep your hands on the wheel.
Although it looks like this guy's using a computer doing it instead, but still, I mean, yikes.
Okay.
Wow.
And then in the upper right-hand corner over there, you got the glazed donut breakfast sandwich. Recently, KFC was advertising a piece of chicken between two glazed donuts. I had given Jeff a call. That was the day after he was here for the biopsy that I had to have. That inane dragon had posted about this, and I had seen it. I gave Jeff a call. Hey, we've got to go, do this thing for science. And it was, he said, well, there, we were going to come out for the barbecue, and 8 hours later he was dead.
Oh man. One of my managers, he like sometimes my managers like to cook things and they have them in the back for us to kind of nibble on. He made burgers in the oven and he took some glazed donuts from the bakery. He bought them first, of course, and he made cheeseburgers with the glazed donuts as the bun. And he cut them up into little pieces and let us try it. I was like, what the heck? But I tried it and it was actually good. I'm like, oh my god. I feel myself gaining 10 pounds just from eating a 2-inch piece.
Yeah. Well, and McDonald's had done the McGriddles that were the breakfast sandwiches made on
Those
pancakes.
Yeah, those things are disgusting. I hate maple syrup.
Yeah.
Oh, you are so fired. Maple syrup's awesome. Of course, I
don't have a problem with maple syrup on pancakes, but just the pancakes as a sandwich just didn't work for me.
I can't have maple. I just don't like it.
Ugh, I'm sorry, but that's just unforgivable. That's a deal breaker because I'm sorry, but maple syrup's awesome.
Maybe in small doses, like very, very small doses. But if I have pancakes, I gotta slather them with butter.
Well, one thing
you know what always made me want to like execute people, just pound them right in the face, is when they would say syrup instead of syrup. Oh, that drove me up the wall.
Never ever visit the Midwest.
Yeah.
Where they call soda pop.
I recently rewatched Home Alone, and another one that drove me up the wall is when his older brother Buzz kept saying like get out of my room Not room. And that just bothers me.
Kevin, what did you do to my room?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what it is about that, but it's nails on
Ooh,
a chalkboard when people say stuff like
ooh.
that.
One thing I learned, like, about the making of Home Alone is that when Kevin finds Buzz's girlfriend's picture and just says woof, it's actually the director's son that he dressed up for that picture because he didn't want to shame any girl for their looks or their weight, so he made his son, well, not made, but he asked him to dress up like that and take the picture just for that scene.
That makes a certain kind of sense. Although, to be honest, before you said that, I genuinely thought that they had made the actor who plays Buzz go in drag.
Oh no.
That would have
I'm
been even
ki- I-
funnier, but
I'm kind of glad I'm wrong, but at the same time, the fact that it was indeed someone in drag feels like a certain amount of vindication for my original guess.
Yep.
so you were right and wrong at the same time.
Exactly. I'll take it.
Yeah, but like I mean, I could see where his head was at because like, any girl that like would get that kind of message, I guess, would be like, "Oh my goodness," like they would just take major offense. But of course anyone nowadays can twist it if they find out that information and be like, "Oh, now they're shaming a man that, is transgender and blah, blah, blah." It's
I am right now watching The King of Queens, and Kevin James is not a small boy, and a lot of the plots revolve around him needing to lose weight. And I have to wonder sometimes if that took a toll on the actor.
it could maybe. It depends on like how much he can keep it out of his head.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it is kind of part of the secret of his success in a way, is being chubby. It'd be kind of like if John Candy had slimmed down before he died. I'm not sure audiences would have accepted it.
I think one of the reasons Mike and Molly got canceled was because Melissa McCarthy started losing the weight.
I have no idea what that is. I assume it's a TV show.
Yeah, it was a TV show that ran for some years. Like Melissa McCarthy was the actress that played Molly, and it was oh, now I don't even remember his name, but he played a cop, that the husband, and both of them, were rather large people. But Melissa McCarthy lost a lot of weight, especially when she wanted to get into the Ghostbuster role, and I think that started causing problems for the show because she started looking more different.
Well, it's weird, and I think I mentioned this last time we were chatting, but I'll say it again. I have some friends who, let's face it, in high school were big. They look like this one dude, Todd, looked like the Michelin Man meets the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. He could not put his arms down, literally. And then he had his stomach stapled and did the whole dieting thing, and now he's super thin. It just looks wrong. It's like for some reason he does not look good thin. He looks creepy.
Yeah, but if you lose weight drastically like that, I mean, it's going to come back on you. I lost 75 pounds just doing, like moderation, getting more active and stuff. But that was back in 2014 up until like 2016. But over the years, I started gaining it back. And now I'm pretty much back to the way I was, but I'm not as, fat. I can still fit in like a size 24, but still, it's like it's a little tighter than it should be.
Well, one of the problems I've seen, especially the people that like get the stomach stapling, is they lose the weight so fast that they just have a lot of extra loose skin hanging.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I haven't seen it, thank goodness, but I've heard.
I've seen it, and I even knew one woman in Minnesota who wound up having to have multiple surgeries just to get extra skin cut away.
Well, I've heard you can actually donate it, like to burn victims and stuff.
Okay.
Ooh, skin grafts, nice.
Okay,
one-
at least it's going for something useful.
The one case
I mean, I
kn-
might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure I heard that at some point.
It makes sense.
The one case I know of was a woman who was basically ordered to lose an insane amount of weight because the doctors were telling her that it was going to kill her within 2 weeks or whatever the hell it was. And she was able, when she was of limited financial means, shall we say, she was able to get the stomach stapling and all that stuff done on the medical plan, the health plan, the Medicare, whatever
The
you want to call
Medicaid or
it,
something.
yeah, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever you want to call it, but not the skin removal. And the extra skin was even worse than the weight was. She
Ugh.
couldn't she couldn't walk because of all the skin flapping around and she's tripping over it and everything else.
Yeah.
But you
At,
remember when? Oh, go on.
at that point, I would have been tempted to say, "Fuck you! I'm putting the weight back on." And if I die, I die.
Well, you remember when we were talking about wall Martians, right? The people in Walmart,
Yes.
and I showed you that one picture of the woman wearing something, and she had like all that skin coming out of the straps of her sports bra or whatever
Yes,
it was.
yes, yeah.
Oh my
Eh,
gosh, that's creepy. It looked like she had some very flabby old person, well, breasts on her back. It was
Yeah.
terrifying.
mm,
Well, it's
It
the
looked
woman
like,
I
like she was
mentioned
trying
who
to
had the
sprout
skin
wings without the
surgery.
bones.
well, like even people that remain large, like I, as a fat person, have that overhang of fat from my belly, like slightly down, but I can fit it all in my shorts, my pants, whatever I wear. I can fit that shit. What I can't stand is when I actually see people walking around the store that I work at or just in public in general, and like women are wearing shorts or pants, but their overhang is hanging straight out. And I'm like,
Muffin
what the
topping.
oh, not this is more than muffin topping. These things were overbaked, like way overbaked. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong
Mhm.
with you? Just tuck that shit in. And cankles. I cannot stand cankles. I don't know why, but I cannot stand cankles.
Cankles. I don't know that one.
It's where your calf is so big it runs right into your ankle and you don't know where one ends and one begins.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
I know there's people who have fat fetishes where they will date people who are like 800 pounds,
Mm,
bedridden, all of that stuff, and it is one of some of the creepiest stuff I've ever seen.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there are people who are deliberately gaining as much weight as possible. And I'm like, okay, if you got a kink, you got a kink, but I don't want to look at it.
Well,
Yeah.
and it is a kink. Some guys like to see women put on as much weight as possible. So
Mhm.
like they're constantly, it's part of their fetish. It's to just constantly feed them fattening things.
Well, you know what drives me absolutely up the wall, though, is when people say you're not allowed to basically have preferences for body types or facial features or any of that. The whole everyone
Yeah.
is beautiful stuff. I'm like, look, okay, maybe the person that I find hideous is someone else's type and vice versa. But I don't have to say, oh yeah, they're attractive. I don't even have to say, oh yeah, I like the way they look. That is not a requirement. I'm allowed to have an opinion on someone else's appearance. I'm not allowed to be cruel about it,
Yeah.
but I don't have to be completely neutral either.
Well, it's kind of like the thing I had that just because I'm bi doesn't mean you're cute.
Mm. Yes, yes, actually that's a great analogy.
That I'm pansexual. It doesn't mean I find everyone sexually attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still have
Yeah.
your standards.
Yeah.
Like not in a mean way, it's just what you like.
Yeah. Although one thing I've noticed, and I got a little distracted while we were chatting, and because I was playing around in Photoshop to try to make a good example of it. But what I've noticed is that there are certain, like it's amazing. It's amazing how much difference a haircut can make for me in whether I find someone attractive. For example, Christina Cox from Better Than Chocolate. One of those is hot, the other totally not. And it's purely because of her hair.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way it frames things, it kind of changes the shape of the face.
Yeah,
Yeah. Glasses can do the same.
true.
Like before I wore glasses, like my face looked so plain, but now I can't even picture myself without glasses. One time I actually had to take them off because they fell on the fryer, but
Oops.
they survived, and I had to set them aside. One of my coworkers looked at me, and he goes, "What the hell? I didn't even recognize you." I'm like, "Do I look that different without them?"
Well, before I started wearing contact lenses, I had a very hard time finding glasses that were flattering, partly because my prescription was so high that my eyes would shrink down to pinpricks. Like
Ooh.
you could see the sides of my head right here. That's how strong my prescription was. And thank goodness for LASIK, possibly the best $4,000 I ever spent, although actually my parents covered half of it. So best $2,000 I ever spent, but still, it was like I looked weird in glasses. I never thought it worked. I never thought I was able to make glasses work.
Well, like this is
I
me right now, and then there's me without the glasses.
well,
Okay, I can definitely see the difference.
yeah,
And I'm not sure which I prefer.
Yeah, I've said it before. I see better with contacts, but I look better with glasses. Um,
Hmm.
You can always get the
Oh, wait a
fake
sec, wait a
glasses and
sec,
wear the
wait a sec.
contacts.
Take them off. Let's see what you look like without the specs.
Notice the dark circles.
Yeah, that
Mhm.
was part of it. Of course, I've got some of that going on too, and I have to wonder, is that just like age catching up with me, or is it because I wore contacts for like 30 years? I don't know. Like
Okay.
it may be that my eyes were just that irritated, and after a year or so of having LASIK done, it'll unswell. I don't know.
Because
Mm.
I've had the bags under the eyes for decades. I think I
Mm.
was in my 40s developing the eye thing and everything else. And, not fun, not fun, not fun. But what are you gonna
I
do?
still got to think that goes back to 40 cups of coffee a day, and you do better if you slept.
There is that. Oh, I can't remember the last time I got a genuinely restful night's sleep. I have no idea. I always wake up feeling like day old shit.
Oh my.
Even, and it doesn't seem to matter how much I sleep either. I mean, I could sleep 6 hours, I could sleep 10 hours. I still wake up feeling like I want to still be asleep because, ugh. And I don't know why either, although I suspect part of it might just be a hungry kitty deciding to be my alarm clock.
And bapping your face.
Yes. And I've told you the story about the claw in the nostril too. So
Ugh.
if I could just train my kitty to not use her claws all the time for everything, I would be a much happier camper.
Yeah, but cats are like children. They don't take the hint.
I can't even blame Sammy for that. He can't help it. No,
Honestly,
he actually has a mutation, so he can't fully retract his front claws.
Mm.
if declawing wasn't basically amputation, I'd see it as a viable option, but I don't. I will never declaw a cat, so I'll just put up with claws.
Yeah.
Well, don't they actually like so that way you don't have to cut cat claws? Don't they make those like soft claws you can put over them, like sleeves?
Well,
Yeah,
but
but
the same.
Yeah, well, the cats don't really like them, and also cats shed the outer sheath of the claws regularly.
yeah.
So you have to
Oh,
keep reapplying those.
Yeah.
okay. So it's a good idea in theory, but not in practice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
Yeah.
suppose I could get someone to knit booties, but I'm sure she'll pull them off with her face. So,
Yeah,
uh,
cats generally don't like to have anything over their paws.
it's only been a couple of weeks now, but I finally decided to start using the squirt bottle on Columbia. You know, and it. I think she's starting to learn what is and isn't appropriate, but I'm not 100% certain. She certainly meows at dinner time less, but not none. You know, and I see it as like, you know how that walk button that you push doesn't actually do anything.
Right.
It does not change the timer. Well, Columbia is like the person who keeps pounding on it, or like the elevator button, pounding on the elevator button to try to make it come faster. Like she meows the way those people try to make something happen that's not going to go any faster. I can only dish out her food at a certain speed before it starts to get too messy.
I used to have a manager that she used to watch her parents' cat, and every time she would come home, if you don't greet the cat right there in the driveway, it would follow you into the house and it wouldn't even eat. It would just sit there and go meow, meow, and just keep meowing at her.
Yeah. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
interesting some of the habits cats develop. I remember a cat I had. He was, I often called him Adventure Kitty. His name was Bat. And if you balled up a sock and put it down for him, he would carry it around in his mouth constantly. Everywhere he went, it was like a binky. And he looked sort of like the cat equivalent of, like, those St. Bernards with the barrel.
Yeah.
He looked like that, except it was his mouth and he's a cat and it wasn't a barrel.
It's
But
so
the
cute.
resemblance was pretty uncanny.
I've had a couple of cats who had favorite toys that they would carry around for hours at a time.
My Winston had his weasel. He was in love with that weasel. And he was
Was
really, really, really in love with that weasel.
Chuck
Uh-oh.
Tingle can make a book out of this, you realize.
What was this, a stuffed weasel or a real weasel?
It was a stuffed weasel. I
Okay.
have another one similar to it over there, but Winston didn't like the new one. Winston liked it. He flattened this damn thing between carrying it around and having sex with it, and the whole. He was totally in love with this weasel. Everywhere he took it with him, and it's like, okay, and the weasel had to be male because Winston was gay as a picnic basket. He was the only gay cat I had ever known. Sweetest kitty, and oh, I miss him. I miss him so much. He would have been, I think about 13 or 14. Wait a minute. 2005. Yeah, 14.
It was hard when I had to say goodbye to my. Well, I didn't properly get to say goodbye to my dog recently, but it tore my dad up that he had to make that decision. And she was only 6.
Not looking forward to when Columbia needs to die. Not looking forward to that at all, and she's probably getting close.
How old is she?
Well, I think she's about 13, 14. I'm not sure. I should actually like I do the math. I have like a video where I was asking for suggestions for her name. And when I got her, she was allegedly a year and a half old. So that should let me do the math. But yeah, I don't know for
Well,
certain. I'll look.
if you're taking good care of her, I've actually had cats that lived past 20.
I was going to say, my Miranda died at 15. Her sister, her litter mate, Ariel, died at 19. And that was with chronic kidney disease for the last, I think, 3 or 4 years of her life. So, I mean, it can be done. Kitty can make it to a good age. And then there was my Merlin rescue kitty. Found him under a doorstep with his mother suffering of pneumonia. He died of acute kidney failure at 3.
Now, how cute can kidney failure be?
Not very in this case.
My previous dog, he was a German Shepherd Rottweiler mix. Sweetest boy ever. Unfortunately, he developed cancer in his bladder,
Ooh.
and it was inoperable. So my dad and I tried to keep him, as happy and comfortable as possible, but we could see he was just getting worse. So we both made the decision to take him to the shelter, and we had him put down. We took him for one last walk. He was peeing blood, and then we paid the money, and it had to be done. We both cried so hard that day.
Yes,
It took us a couple of years before we got our last dog that we just had.
Miranda died without help. It was a very, very quick thing. I mean, she was spent some days in less than good health. But then when she took that turn, it was only about 36 hours or less. There was the night she was in my lap, and I wanted her to die in my lap. I wanted her to be comfortable because throughout her life, my lap was the only place she ever felt safe. But she's hanging on, hanging on, hanging on. I finally fell asleep. When I woke up, she was dead. And I have to say that my I don't know if it's true or not, but I get the feeling that she was refusing to die while I was awake because she didn't want me to go through her dying. You know how you
Mm-hmm.
do that when it's probably not the real thing or whatever, but
No, I believe people and animals have a lot more control of that than most people give them credit for about when to let go.
Mm. And it'll probably be like a few years before me and Dad get another animal. I mean, I am sort of ready to move on, but my dad, it hit him really hard when he had to make that decision because basically when he told me after I got home from work that night, he just started crying and bawling and saying, I killed our dog. I killed our dog.
Yeah, it's always a difficult thing to go through.
Okay,
It
I guess.
tore.
Sorry, go
Sorry.
on.
As I was just saying, it tore me up to see him so torn up. And it's yeah, it's going to be a few years before we're probably ready to get any other kind of animal.
So I'm trying to find one of my videos where, because I did ask for help naming Columbia, and I don't see that video somewhere. Um, but I am seeing. Let's see. I was I don't see. I'm looking at my videos, and even 8 years ago, I was still in that horrible studio apartment, and I didn't get Columbia until I moved into the much better apartment that was like a one bedroom. So, um, if this was 8 years ago, she's a lot younger than I've been thinking.
okay.
Well, I remember watching your old videos and ones where you first got her, and I didn't think it had been more than 10 years.
I was going to say,
No, I guess it hasn't. My math is off.
even if she's 10, that's not too bad as long as she's getting around and stuff and things and anything obviously horrible or what?
No, I mean she seems fine, although she seems to be getting thinner. And I'm not sure if that's because I'm not feeding her enough or if she's got something she shouldn't have. I don't know.
I would get
But
her checked out just to be sure.
Yeah,
oh,
that
of
might
course,
not be
of
a bad
course.
idea. I mean, Ariel lost weight even before the kidney disease. I mean, when she was at her fighting weight, she was around 22, 23 pounds. She died at maybe 16 pounds, something like that. So,
Oh, sorry. I found the one where I named her and it was 8 years ago. So if she was a year and a half old when I got her, that would mean
nine
she's,
and a half going on 10.
yeah. So she's up there. She's like middle aged for a kitty, I guess.
Yeah,
She'll be going through her crisis.
I still think that this one's probably going to outlive me, or at least I would hope so. I don't know if I could go through, losing another kitty.
Mm.
There was a Louis C.K. routine about that, where he was saying like there's this old lady, this crazy old lady that lived in his neighborhood or his building or something, and she had this little dog, and the dog was also crazy old, and he was saying, I hope she dies first. And he's like, I do, because if she loses the dog first, she'll be devastated. It'll rip her apart. But the dog is not even aware of the old lady. The dog is aware of two things, or three things. The second it was, or actually, I guess it was two. The second that's now, and the second that was just ago. That's all the dog knows. And so, if the old lady dies first, the dog won't be devastated. And I mean, it's hard to fault his logic, but
Mm.
he played it
Yeah.
for laughs. So
Well, if let me think now. She's 3.5 now. So let's see. If she makes it to 15 or so, I'd be in my mid 70s, or late 70s. Uh, that's a fairly good run for me as far as that goes.
Yeah, well, I don't know. A lot of people seem to think that, cats should only get to be 10 or 12. And it's like most of them I've had have been like between 16 and 18.
Mm. Probably because for some people, maybe if the cats start deteriorating, like around that time, they see them get worse. Maybe they think that the cats are suffering then.
yeah. Well, I mean, okay, you should never ask a toddler to name your cat, because when my parents got a cat, they said, "Okay, what should her name be?" And I just pointed and went, "Kitty." So she was named Kitty. But we got her before I was 5 years old. We had her for like a couple of years. We probably got her when I was 3. She didn't die until like my early 20s.
Wow.
Yeah, she held on, but she was a vicious cat for the longest time. My parents and I used to live out in the country, right, in the screaming wilderness, which for me kind of sucked because you know how much I love tech. But there was one day I go up into my room and I look under my bed, and there is this gigantic dead rabbit under my bed. So I go downstairs, my mom's on the phone, and I grab her pant leg and I'm like, Mom, there's a bunny under my bed. And she's like, That's nice, dear. That's nice. I'm like, Mom, there's a bunny under my bed. She goes, I gotta go. She hangs up the phone, walks up to my room with me, looks under the bed, and goes, There's a bunny under your bed. It turned out that Kitty had gone out, killed a rabbit about her own size, dragged it unseen into the house, up the stairs, and into my room, and put it under my bed. She was a vicious hunter.
And she
And
liked you?
well, apparently, but for the longest time, I was actually terrified of her. It wasn't until I was about 7 or 8 or 9 or something that she stopped being quite so wild and started being a lap kitty. And after that, she and I were inseparable.
That's insane.
Yeah.
And
But I mean, she was one of those cats. Even when we moved into the suburbs, she would catch and kill squirrels and chipmunks and birds and leave them on the front stoop for us.
mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
Yeah, when I was living in New York and I took a fall off a roof onto an asphalt parkway,
Ew.
I mostly just banged up my shins real bad because my shins came down right across one of the parking bumpers.
Ah!
Yeah, so I could barely walk for a while there, and one of my cats apparently decided I wasn't going to be able to feed myself, and in the first 2 days he brought me 11 mice.
Oh, jeez.
Of course, half of them were not yet dead, so then I
Oh,
wound up
no.
having to try and help him chase them around the house.
yikes.
Well, it gave you exercise.
Yeah, but it's like I can barely walk and I'm having to move furniture so he can get at the mouse to get it out of there.
Oh God, that's horrible. It's like, I appreciate the effort, but no, I do not need this gift.
Yeah, he was trying to take care of me.
Well, I
They,
mean, cats are good people, and I've never understood folks who are like, no, cats are so aloof. Dogs are the. I mean, you know what? A dog
Oh,
is
no,
your
no.
slave. A dog is just an obedient little like creature over which you can have a power trip. But cats are actually friends. They're too independent minded to be that subservient thing that dogs are.
they're the most
Yeah.
feral domesticated animal.
Yep.
Well, there is that. But I mean that like gosh, it's hard to believe that a cat isn't a friend when they love your lap so much. You know, I mean, cats, they may not be our equals, but they're still valued companions in the way that someone we might like hang out with them at a coffee shop, you know, versus someone like how do I put it? Okay, when you want a dog, you want a child. When
Yeah.
you want a cat, you want a friend.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah.
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 That's a good way to put it.
When you get a bird, you want someone to talk to.
And
Although I
there's
talk
the
to my
thing.
cat. But anyway.
I've been had by a puppy. I've been had by a bunch of kitties, and having a puppy, yeah, you're constantly taking care of this puppy. Well, half the time the kitty is taking care of you. It is
Yeah.
more equal with, or more nearly equal with the kitty, and um, I kind of like that whole thing where the the person is not entirely dependent upon you, the kitty person,
Mm.
whereas the puppy
Yeah.
person more or less is.
Well,
Without
and
you, that puppy
certainly
person
they
is
all have,
nothing.
yeah, and that's general terms. They all have unique personalities.
Hmm.
I have lived with cats who wouldn't have cared less if everyone in the house dropped dead. It's like, yeah, they came into shelter when it was raining. Other than that, they didn't give a shit.
It's like if you died, it'd be like, I'll nibble a little bit of you, I'll nibble a little bit of you, we'll see which
Yeah.
one I like more.
But I've also had the ones that, anytime I sat down, they were in my lap.
Mm.
Oh, that was Miranda. When I would sit at my desk, I would have to make sure that I had everything all set up for a while, because as soon as I sat down, boom, right into her lap, and she wasn't gonna move.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to read lying down on the couch in my parents' place, and we had two cats. We had Kitty and we had Rover, and they hated each other. But when I was
Mm.
lying on the couch to read, one of them would be on my chest and the other would be on my ankles. And if I shifted in just the wrong way, look out.
Mm.
All of a sudden, my body is a battleground.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
With my fiance's cats, my body was basically the demilitarized zone. That they would lie on opposite sides of me on the bed so they didn't have to acknowledge each other. Because they didn't want to admit that they would both be on the bed at the same time.
It's like, you have your side of the bed, I have mine.
Oh my, oh my.
Although actually that was pretty much what set up that relationship, was that we met in an online chat room, and we talked on the phone for about 3 months, and then I went to visit her. And like the second day of my visit, one of her cats just came up and started laying in my lap.
Mm.
And it's like, yeah, the roommate she had for 3 years, the cat had pretty much avoided the entire time. She could not believe that this cat would actually go up to anyone besides her. Of course, most of my other relationships started pretty much the same way, that somebody, a woman who had kids, that the kids got attached to me, so she decided I might as well stay around.
That was the weird thing about this one. Now, Sylvia will warm up to you after a while. I mean, when she first sees you, she'll make herself scarce a little bit, but within an hour or so, she's out and, hi, are you another human? One of those deals. When Jeff came here, right into his lap, it was like, okay, what's he got that everybody else doesn't?
Yep.
It was. He surprised. She surprised me. She surprised him. Says, yeah, nobody ever did that to me before. And it did not take a minute and a half, but she was up in his lap. Hi, how are you? And I was like, okay.
I
Well,
guess
and I
cats
don't-
can have a sense for
yeah.
people.
I don't read body language, so I'm just not good at reading people. So, yeah, I actually take a lot of cues from the animals around. If the animals are avoiding somebody, I figure I probably should too.
Probably for good reason. And I want to own like a little potbelly pig one day. They are so darn cute.
Like one of those teacup pigs.
Yeah, and make sure it's actually a teacup, not one that'll actually grow to be like 500 pounds and take over
I
your
was
whole
going to
house.
say, aren't a lot of those very, 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 very young, like just barely born, and then you end up with a 600-pound pig?
Mm-hmm. Like, actually, I think I've heard that a true small pig is like not just a micro pig, but there's a chipmunk pig because they have markings like a chipmunk, but they stay small like a small dog. And they are so, oh my God, I just want to pick one up and just give it kisses.
Yeah, there is a breed that doesn't really get any bigger than Chihuahuas.
Okay, then.
I don't know. Keeping a pig as a pet still seems odd to me, but
Yeah, everyone keeps telling me, like, when I say I want a pig, they're like, oh, yep, then you can name it Bacon, and next thing you know, you can put it in the frying pan, and I'm like, you stay away from my fantasy pig, okay?
Okay,
And
then.
I wouldn't even know how to take care of a pig. I don't really know what they eat. Does it have to be walked? Can it use a litter box? I mean, I don't know any of that.
They can be trained. Like, they can be trained just like a dog. They're more intelligent than a dog, in fact. Like, they can be trained to use the litter, or you can get them a little door, and they'll go outside. You can train them to do tricks. They really pick up on things. And they are clean.
Yeah, I've heard that they are, despite the pig wallowing in shit stereotype, cliche, whatever you want
well,
to call it.
there's a lot of dogs that'll roll in it too, though.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And people let dogs lick their faces after they lick their own asses, so there you go.
Yeah, no, not the
So
face.
glad Columbia does not try to lick my face. Although she does actually try to give me kisses. Like she will put her mouth right up to mine, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not kissing you. I love you to death, but no.
Well, this
So
one,
yeah.
this one will lick at my nose,
Oh.
which is it's cute in its own way and probably a little creepy at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, my old dog, the German Shepherd Rottweiler mix, I could ask him give me a kiss, and I'd let him lick my cheek, and then I'd just wipe it off later. But this last dog we had, Sydney, she would not lick. Very, very rarely would she ever lick. Only once in a while, like if she really if she sensed I was upset, she would just kind of come over and she'd put her head on my lap and give me a little lick on the hand. But if I gave her a meatball, because I always make my own homemade meatballs, she would lick my hand in appreciation as I was putting it in her dish.
Oh, the sheer begging Columbia goes through if I ever eat anything involving chicken.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing, I don't know if I started to say it before or not. I've got to go get the blood draw, and I'll make the tree. Yeah, I did say it today. Get the stuff for the table and everything, and then I'll start doing a turkey and filming it for the show, for the channel, and then I'll put her in and let her eat her way out. She loves any sort of fowl, but especially turkey, and she cannot do without her cheeky. That sort of thing. And come to think of it, okay, I am going to cross my fingers and hope that she behaves. I'll be right back. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Yeah. Well, Sammy, whenever I'm eating, he has to come up and sniff what I have. But he's like, has no interest in people food. Even like chicken or tuna, it's like I'll try to give him, well, Thanksgiving, I tried to give him a bit of the chicken and some of the gravy, and it's like he sniffed at it and just walked away and left it there the rest of the night. So he likes the smell of it, but he won't eat it.
That is weird.
She's not big
Yeah.
for tuna.
The only thing is, one of the things I like to snack on is the port wine cheese spread and crackers. And when I have that, I can give him like a little marble-sized ball on my finger, and he'll eat just one little piece of it, and that's it. Then he doesn't want any more.
I hear meowing.
Kitty.
Yes, you hear the meowing, and hopefully she's not going to be too obnoxious.
What about one of the cats I
Although I will
had
say
when I
that,
came from New York? I always made jokes about breakfast with Guapo because I had to share my yogurt with him. Well, it started out that I'd just peel off the lid from the yogurt and I'd put it down for him to lick the lid. But then he kept asking for more, and it pretty much got to the point that he was eating almost as much of it as I was because I had to keep putting down a spoonful for him and eat some myself.
Well, Colombia has two different meows. There's a regular kitty meow, which is pretty decent. I like a regular kitty meow. But then she's got the I'm sick and dying meow, where it sounds like she's been smoking 2 packs a day for 40 years. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I hate that sound, but I don't know.
Cats have been living with humans for about 9,000 years. In that time, they've decided they only need to know one word of our language. Now.
Yeah.
I was reading an article that said that cats domesticated themselves, that
Yeah.
they forced themselves upon us rather than us going, oh, cute, and making them ours.
Well, and by doing DNA studies, they've determined that this apparently happened like 3 different times. That it happened in Egypt and in Turkey and in Asia, all independently.
Oh, kind of maybe a little bit like the way wolves became our companions.
Yeah, well, basically just with agricultural societies.
Yeah,
When you've got huge stores of grain, you've got a lot of rodents. So that gets the cats hanging around in the village.
Dogs became domesticated in, I think, 3 or 4 different places around the same time, but in the different places.
Yeah.
I saw a video on it a couple weeks ago. Even had a genetic map of the breeds and where they most likely came from and that sort of fun stuff. I love weird shit like that. What can I tell you?
I actually
horrifies and amuses me that people thought cats were the carriers of the Black Plague when in fact they were the ones doing their best to prevent it.
There
Just
you
because
go.
the sheer
Yeah.
stupidity of and ignorance of humans. But then again, like it is kind of silly.
I know a little bit of a scary thing. Like behind my community, there's like a stretch of road that has like a little bit of a forested area back there, and there's like one recessed neighborhood back where that with those wooded parts are. People have been reporting coyotes going around, and they're telling people keep your dogs and cats inside because these coyotes will eat them. They will, and they don't hesitate to charge at people with dogs either, even people with pit bulls. And I'm like, well, I guess the reason they don't come over to where like the community I am is because they don't have much place to hide, so they just stay in the wooded area. But they're starting to get a little more bold, I think. I never even knew they had coyotes in Florida or even in my area.
Well, you know what I never would have suspected is, I mean, I live in the middle of San Diego, which is not a small town, yet apparently you can still nail a skunk with your car here.
Well, it's kind of not surprising in a way. Like skunks or weasels, and weasels get everywhere.
I guess, but still, I never would have expected it. But a couple of nights ago, woo, that was nasty. Of course, someone on Facebook, when I commented on Facebook, someone was like, yeah, but it could have just been someone smoking some really nasty weed.
um, oh, like okay, over by like in the area by where our theme park Busch Gardens is. Um, like one of the neighborhoods over there, someone saw a black bear in a tree. So they had to
Honey,
call
knock
animal
it
control.
off.
Yeah, they had to call animal control to come, and they had to carefully dart the bear so that it wouldn't fall out, but get it so weak that they could actually get it and fold it up and then take it to some place that has woods. I don't even know how a bear got so far away from a wooded area in the first place.
Well, not your
Are
average
the
bear,
railroad
huh?
tracks near there?
I don't know for sure. Like, I only know of a few areas where there's railroad tracks close to me. I have no idea where there's any over by Busch Gardens.
Now, Busch Gardens, that's New York State, isn't it?
No, they're Anheuser. They used to be owned by Anheuser-Busch. There's one here in Tampa, and then there's one in Virginia. The Tampa one is more Africa themed. The one in Virginia is more like colonial themed.
I swear there's a Busch Gardens in New York State.
Don't think so. Might be a SeaWorld or something tied to SeaWorld or Bush.
Oh,
No, definitely no marine parks that are in New York.
Okay. Busch
Although the
Garden,
Anheuser-Busch
Wasserfall.
headquarters was in central New York.
Okay, that is to goes on the Williamsburg and the Tampa Bay. Yes, for you.
Yes. There was a long time ago where Busch Gardens here used to have the Clydesdales that you would see in the commercials that would pull the wagons, and they warned you like not to bring your hands over the fence because Clydesdales will bite.
Yep.
And I almost got bit. But now they took that whole corral thing out, and what used to be the stables is empty most of the time, except for Hallow Scream when they open it up and they turn it into one of the haunted houses.
okay. I swear I saw ads for a Busch Gardens in New York State when I was little. I swear.
Nope.
Well, there was some sort of park called something Gardens in New York State. Or Bush something. I don't know which, but I swear.
You're looking at BUSCH?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know
I
what
need to
of now.
I need to get back to Busch Gardens because I've gained back so much weight I can barely fit on the rides anymore, and I love their roller coasters. I need to get back into walking.
Honey, would you knock it off, please? She's looking at me.
I
What
mean,
do you
maybe,
mean,
maybe
knock
I'm
it off?
thinking, and I could have sworn this one was in Canada, but maybe I'm thinking of The Great Escape. Because I know there was a park called that too.
Oh no, Orange is gone.
Let's see.
Orange, come back.
Yeah, here we go. The Great Escape in Hurricane Harbor. That's Queensbury, New York. Okay, maybe that's what I was thinking of. But the name Busch Gardens is so familiar. Wow. I mean, I've never actually had anything to do with Virginia. It's just,
Honey.
I don't know.
And nothing with Florida, right?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, keeping in mind this was probably about 30 years ago.
Mm. Yeah, Busch Gardens has been around since like the late 50s, early 60s, I think. Like it started out really small when Anheuser-Busch first opened it, and then it just grew into being a theme park like it is now. And they're going to open up a new steel roller coaster where the old wooden one used to be. It's a steel wood fusion. I want to ride that when it opens next spring. Like, because I saw them start to take it down, but they didn't take it all down. And I'm like, well, if they're going to build a new coaster, why do that? They're going to take what's left of the good parts of the old roller coaster and mix it with the steel. So that's going to be awesome. And like my favorite ride there is Cheetah Hunt because it's a launch coaster. Basically, it gets you out of the gate at 60 miles an hour, and then it goes around, and then at 60 miles an hour, you go vertically straight up to get to the very top, and then it just slowly lets you down. And then it has one more third launch that gets you up, and when it comes down, you feel like you're floating out of your seat. And it only has one upside down turn, but it goes like 3/4 of a mile.
Never felt the need to ride a roller coaster. It's just never been a driving force in my life, so I've never done it.
Like, I never did it for a while, but then when I started actually being able to fit, I just started going on it, and I'm like, I just like that rush.
It took a long time for me to be able to ride a roller coaster. I would be terrified of roller coasters as a kid.
Well, one thing that I've been looking at, and this is only slightly on topic, my dad, when he comes to visit, we often feel like we've run out of things to do while he's here. Now, I don't know whether it'll be worth it or not, but they have an indoor skydiving place I've never done. But it costs about $1 a minute, but it looks like an absolute blast.
No.
Why no?
Well, I mean, well, it's kind of like riding Falcon's Fury. Like, that's also a Busch Gardens ride, where basically it's one of those free fall rides
No,
that
it's
you.
not like that.
Oh, well, this one, it's
No.
like when it takes you up to like 300 feet, the seats curl so you're facing the ground, and then you free fall at like 75 miles an hour, and then it cushions you about 3/4 of the way down, and then it just lets you go down. And I'm like, hell no, I am not doing that ever in a million years.
Now, indoor skydiving is basically a gigantic fan in the floor that pushes you up using air.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I was thinking
Yeah,
of something
you're-
completely different. Okay, that would be okay.
You're at
Not
terminal
actually
velocity,
skydiving.
basically.
Sorry, say that again?
You're at terminal velocity, basically.
Something like that. But
Okay.
it looks fun, but it's like you get 1 minute and it's about $65.
That's horrible.
Yeah. But I mean, it seems like the kind of thing my dad would want to do because we keep going to things like SeaWorld and such and the Air and Space Museum. And if we really do get strapped for stuff to do, if we're out of ideas, well, he might go for it.
Okay, that one I would do. Like, if I had the money, I would pay to do that. No, no actual skydiving and no, like, bungee jumping.
Well, there's one other thing that I really want to do that I can't seem to find, and that is a hedge maze. I have never done a hedge maze. I've always wanted to. There's actually one that's here in San Diego, except it's not like in Labyrinth where you're in a literal maze. It's a small maze where if the hedges come to mid shin, I'll be shocked.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I really wanted to, and I've been told that there are some really good ones out there in England, but none that I know of in the U.S., much less local. So.
You ever did a corn maze?
No, I've walked through cornfields when I was younger and we lived out in the country, but no one ever made a maze out of it.
The farm we go to, like, it's like about a 40-minute drive out. I go with my family. It's like they make a pretty big maze out of their cornfield. And what they do is like they make false trails and stuff, and they give you a list of um, questions when you get to the marker. And when you get to the marker with the number, you ask the question. And if you have the right answer, you go in the direction that it says. If you get the wrong answer, you get to a dead end, and then you got to double back. And so you can get lost in there a little bit.
Okay, you see
Well,
my
it
over
sounds
here.
like
Is I'm looking over here, and okay, there's a crap load of hedge mazes in England. We have
yeah.
quite a couple close to me. Garden
Ooh.
Maze at Luray Caverns. That's in Virginia. Governor's Palace Maze in Colonial Williamsburg. The Kaiser Memorial Maze, Missouri Botanical Garden in St. Louis. And there's one near you, at Olinda, the Via Vizcaya in Miami.
Ooh. Oh, Miami. That's like about a few hours drive away from me.
Well, it's closer than Blackpool.
Well, that's true, yeah. What do you get when you get to the center, though?
A cookie?
Do you get a crumpet? A little spot of tea?
Yes.
I wonder, like, if anyone's ever genuinely gotten lost in a hedge maze and had to be rescued.
That'd be funny.
It's very difficult. Even there are terms, and I forget what the terms are, but there's one type of maze where you go in, and if you trace the wall, you'll go through every dead end, but you'll eventually get out.
Oh,
And
well,
then,
sure. I mean, that's a thing, but I mean, that could take a while. And I'm
yes.
sure I'm sure there's someone out there who would totally panic.
Oh yeah, you'd probably panic first. Yeah, and then there's another type of maze where if you run your hand against the wall, you don't get through all of it. There's a disconnect between the outside and the inside. That was a little more difficult.
What about like a mirror maze? Those things are trippy.
I've I've only sort of done that because like every year they would have the Champlain Valley Fair back in Vermont, and there was like this one. It's not even a ride. It's not quite a haunted house, but there's all these walls of glass and sometimes mirrors, and you had to find your way through. Probably not the same thing that you're talking about, but it's the closest I got.
Hmm. Like, I guess I was thinking like a fun house sort of thing.
Well, yeah, like that, but it was portable because they didn't always have the fair, like, uh, God, what do I even call it? It's not a ride, it's not an event, whatever. The stuff that makes up the fair is always gone most of the year. It's like the fair is there for 2 weeks, give or take.
Yeah, like it's I don't even know either.
Yeah. I remember the one thing we would always do is like if you went to the fair on any ordinary day, you'd have to go and buy tickets, and every ride costs a certain number of tickets. But everyone would go on bracelet day, where you spend like $25 or something. They put a little bracelet on you, and now you can ride any ride you want as many times as you want all damn day. And so
Yeah.
everyone would wait for bracelet day and go for that.
And that kind of kills the joy a little bit.
How so?
Well, I mean, like, wouldn't it make the rides all crowded? Like, extra crowded more than usual?
Well, kinda. I mean, I don't know. It was just better because keeping track of all those tickets and having to budget them out to yourself, and
Hmm.
it was a pain in the butt.
Yeah, actually, that does make more sense than the way when you put it that way.
Yeah. Although, the one thing that I really miss that you can't seem to get on this coast is fried dough, sometimes called elephant ears. I don't know why, but
I
fried
know what you're
freaking dough
speaking
is
of.
so good.
Why can't you get it over there? Like, there's no events that do it?
I think it's just not a thing. You know how sometimes things are regional?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's regional here. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Wouldn't funnel cakes be a little bit similar, just a different shape?
Not sure.
Hmm.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, because funnel cakes is basically fried dough that's just done in like a long strand that is circular.
Yeah, but what I'm
Hmm.
thinking here is that the funnel cakes may have a more fluid consistency, such that you're pouring them out of that funnel bag or whatever it is, and the fried dough, at least
Ah.
what I'm remembering of it, are little dough balls that have the consistency of soft dumplings.
Oh,
Ooh.
there's actually a page I just found because I was trying to find imagery. A page that's literally called Fried Dough versus Funnel Cakes.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah. But I mean, they're totally right. It says here the best part of dough is the toppings. Most of the time, all you do is get like cinnamon and powdered sugar on your fried dough. But I'm sure there was something else.
You can get ice cream and fudge and strawberries and yummy.
Yeah, that's not what we did, but okay.
Okay, we
Uh,
got the little thing that's yeah, we got going on over here. It's simply fried dough. You can use bread dough, pizza dough, whatever. Funnel cake, on the other hand, isn't dough at all. That's what I was thinking. It was more a batter.
Yummy.
like
That looks so
you see
yummy.
here, that's fried dough. It's so good, and I miss it like you wouldn't believe. I don't even really exactly know what a funnel cake is.
It's basically the dough. Like it's in a not like a piping
Oh,
bag, but kind of like like those things that some people use. Like they can put like globs of pancakes on a griddle. It's like you just push the button and it just plop plop plop. This is more like a funnel where like on the bottom of it it's tapered, and then you just put the dough or batter and that's as a string, and it just fries that way, and you just put more in and it fries that way.
it looks like a waffle on acid.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah,
Well,
That's
that
throw
that
awesome.
throw
that
some
is
sliced
definitely
peaches
not
and
what
whipped
fried
cream
dough
on there.
is. Fried dough is closer, although not really the same, to French toast sticks.
Okay,
Mm.
then. Yeah.
It's just really flat, is all.
I would like one of those with like strawberry syrup or blueberry syrup. Mm.
Hmm. Nah, just give me the cinnamon and powdered sugar.
Yeah.
I'm a dipper. I can't help it.
But I don't know. I mean, if I ever get to Vermont in the summer again, I'm gonna demand my parents help me find fried dough somewhere. I'm sure we can do it. Um, Another thing that like okay, it's one of those regional differences, kind of like soda versus pop. There's like soft serve ice cream, but in Vermont they were known as creamies, creamies, rather than
Hmm.
just soft serve ice cream.
Huh.
Is it kind
Yeah,
of like
Was there
is it kind
any
of like Rita's
difference
where
to
it'd be
the
like frozen
recipe
custard?
than the stuff that you have
no,
at Dairy
it's
Queen? Or
soft serve ice cream. It's just another name for it.
okay, fine. Okay.
Ah.
Ow.
Uh,
Like, let me see if I can. Aha, yes. Uh, I don't have a good picture and a sign, but I do see an image that is specifically from Vermont. I mean, I don't know if it's a New England thing or just a Vermont thing, but we definitely call them creamies. Um, Also, the one I found is not what I remember because what I remember was not that sort of swirl version. It's
ooh.
more like a bunch of circles or a bunch of spheres slightly squashed on top of each other. But it was still soft serve ice cream. This was not a regular ice cream cone.
Ah.
Yeah.
Nice. Kind of like a uh Crap. One of those things from Dairy Queen where it's like kind of like a whoop whoop,
A whoop whoop?
Probably.
like in
I've really
shape.
I've never been to Dairy Queen.
I've
Or
only
if I
been
have,
like
it's
2
like
times.
once. I mean, keeping in mind that I was raised in Burlington, well, South Burlington, we had Ben and Jerry's before the rest of the world. So that was usually the place to go.
Ah.
And if it wasn't there, I know I've shown pictures of Al's French fry before, and that was another place for creamies.
I remember like um one school I used to go to, they had a little shack that served all kinds of soft serve called Bo's, like B-O apostrophe S. And like sometimes as a class we would go there, or my mom would take me after school, and I would always get their big dipped cone that like just vanilla ice cream dipped in chocolate, so I got nice and hard, and I
Yeah.
would just sit there and just nibble all over the outside before I eat the ice cream.
I
Well,
remember
when
those.
when they did it right, and I remember going to Dairy Queen when they actually did these things correctly. When you dipped the cone into the chocolate, you got the chocolate around the lip of the cone itself. And when you
Mm-hmm.
did that, you could suck the ice cream out of the chocolate shell. You would nip
I
the
never did that
very
part. I
top
just ate
off,
the
and it.
shell.
Say again.
Yeah.
I never did that. I just ate the shell
Okay.
and then the ice cream. Oh, that is the only picture I can find that is a creamy the way I remember it. Let me show that. Present now, a window, and there. That is a creamy
Ah,
the way I remember it.
Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
yeah. That looks almost exactly like how Dairy Queen does theirs.
Okay. Well, yeah, so that was a staple of my childhood
Yeah. You
right
push
there.
the cone
Mm.
into the flow to get that little bulge, and then you bring it down and
Yep.
you push, and then you bring it down and you push the third time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
That's how I
Yep.
do my soft serve. Like if I go to Sweet Tomatoes or something or Golden Corral, I'll get a bowl, like a little bit of a larger bowl, and I'll get one of their brownies, nice and warm, put it on the bottom, and then I'll take their swirled frozen yogurt and I'll make it like that. And then I'll put some little bit of caramel, a little bit of chocolate, put some cookie crumbles on there and some granola for texture, and just sit there and mix it all together and just eat the living shit out of it.
Yeah. So,
There's a independent ice cream shop in St. Paul called Creamy Cone that
Mm.
they will do soft serve in like 50 different flavors.
I'm
well,
hungry
one thing
now.
that's apparently gotten very popular in Vermont, and I had one while I was there last time, is the maple flavor of creamies. And it's pretty good, I have to say.
Kitty.
Yeah, I am now infested by lap kitties.
Meow.
Mhm.
I want to pet the kitty so bad.
Oh no, you should pet her well. That a lot more than being petted bad. Wouldn't you, Columbia? Wouldn't you?
I pet it real good.
Okay. Oh, she's doing the thing with the claws again. She's
Oh,
digging into my arm, if you can see that.
I see it, yeah.
She loves to do that. It seems sort of like, when someone clutches at the sheet during an orgasm?
Oh, God.
Well, that seems to be Columbia's response to being petted, except she uses my arm instead of a sheet.
Yep.
It's
Yes.
like
Ooh.
orgasmic
Sammy's up
petting.
here against my leg. I think he realizes I'm getting distressed.
So,
Mm.
ow! Columbia, you will not bite me.
Ooh, she bit you? Ow! Where'd she bite you?
On the finger.
Ooh.
I'm looking at what Amiga Nuts just said, and oh my gosh, Sicilian slices sound so good right now.
Mm.
There's two places that do it, but they're like far from home, and you have to cross some really nasty streets for pedestrians. They're one of those ones where you cannot predict when the walk signal will come on based on the traffic flow. Like, you know how most of the time you can just go, oh yeah, these guys are going that way, these guys are going that way, and when these guys stop, I cross that way, and all of that stuff. But these streets, it seems, I'm sure there's a pattern, but it seems completely random who gets to go when. It's like, oh, these cars are now allowed to turn, and those cars aren't allowed to go forward. But then when they switch it up, these cars are now allowed to turn and the other ones are not allowed to go forward, and then they're allowed to go forward in this way, then that way, and it's just or something like that. And I don't know when to anticipate the lights changing, and I just don't want to bother sometimes.
Mm.
So I'm not going out for Sicilian slices. I suppose I could order in a pizza, but I don't want that much pizza. I don't know. Maybe I'll just make real dinner at some point.
Yeah, send half of it
Leftovers.
here.
I mean, it's almost 8 p.m., and I should have more than Cheez-Its, so...
It's
Yeah.
11 p.m. right here right now, and I need to be at work at 6 a.m. I need to get to sleep, but I'm having too much fun.
Well, I think I'm going to talk to you evil geniuses later, so have fun.
Well,
Okay.
thanks for coming by, sincerely, and always love having you here. And you be good and stuff and things, and yeah,
All right. I'll catch you like the plague.
take care of it. Oh my. Okay, so yeah, I guess we're all kind of heading our food and sleepy ways, huh?
Yeah, it's gonna have to.
Oh my! And then I'm gonna have to go back and look this over, especially the opening sequence. Let's see if I've got it going pretty good. I don't know. I'm looking at the screen here, and it looks like there's a lot of empty space here, but we'll make it work.
Hmm.
But hopefully the sidebar is okay, to where you can see the people that you don't see in the featured areas, so you know who's all here.
Yeah, well, like, looking here on my end, like, I see me talking, and I can see whoever else talks when they talk, but, like, I don't know who else is in the room until I poke my little icon and I see who else is there, and then it just goes back down to the corner.
Oh, Moo. Okay, because on this one, yeah, you're in the featured speakers area right now. The large area that's kind of in the middle.
Yeah, and then
of
when
course
Orange
I'm
took,
always down in the corner there because I've got camera 2 on me, and then Purple's the only other person in here right now, and he's up in the sidebar.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see the sidebar with the people who aren't speaking, but they're such tiny icons that if I don't know who's there already, I can't tell who it is.
Okay, so I'll have to fool around with that a little bit, maybe,
yeah, even if I pin myself, that like I can only see myself speaking, like it just pops back down to the corner after a few seconds.
Okay, well
So I guess that's
I guess that's the way Meat treats you. And then of course there's the whole YouTube display screen going on over here. I'm gonna have to fool around with this because I haven't the slightest idea what I'm doing. I'll be the first to admit it. I have
well, that's when you have the most
idea
fun.
of how the aesthetics work and stuff.
What
I'm
the
learning
hell?
a lot here.
Hmm?
My computer is scaring me. Things are not working.
Oh dear.
Is there smoke coming out of the power supply fan?
No, but for some reason, I can only hear through the headset. And even when I go to the menu to select things, it gives me 4 choices of which device to be listening through. And even when it says the speakers are selected, it's still only coming through the headset. It's not coming through the speakers.
That was okay. Windows 10 was doing that to me quite a bit when I first installed it. Now, Recently, it's behaved a little bit better, but now that I've said something, it's probably going to
Well,
act up again.
okay, that may be something to that because when I came back, for some reason, when it rebooted, it brought me through the whole setup routine again like it was a clean install.
Oops.
Mm,
And
that's
I have no
unusual.
reason why it felt it needed to do that.
I know my
So,
Windows 10, like when I attach the headphones I'm wearing now to my laptop, I can hear through the headphones just fine, but for some reason the microphone, it doesn't pick up the one that's by my mouth. It's using the one that's attached to my screen. So I don't know how I could change that.
And I am definitely not a Windows expert, so
well, that should be under your settings. If you
Yeah,
go to the
'cause
Windows and the settings,
yeah, I tried that, but it just like it doesn't still doesn't seem to pick up. It doesn't even give me the option for like a different type of microphone.
okay, under System and Sound, you don't have a thing for input.
Well, I'm not on my laptop now. I'm in my
Oh, okay,
bedroom. Yeah, I'm on my tablet.
yeah.
Not an iPad, it's a Samsung tablet. Everyone keeps saying iPad. iPads are not all that there is. I like iPods, but I do not own an iPad or an iPhone.
I don't own anything by that company.
Well, I like iPods just because I think they handle music pretty well. Other than that, I have a Samsung phone and a Samsung tablet. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I can't even afford that good of a cell phone, so
I got
mine
mine
is a
when
ZTE, which is basically a generic knockoff of an iPhone 6.
yeah, I got my Galaxy S8 a couple years ago. It's paid off now, but I got it when Best Buy was running a promotion that if you upgrade your phone through them, you get $300 off the cost of the phone.
this is really what's the word I'm looking for? It makes one shudder when you get $300 off the cost of the phone. So the phone is what? Maybe $1,200.
Yeah, it was something like that. I think. No, I think it was around like 800 at the time because it's a Galaxy S8 and it was new at the time. And I had to upgrade from my S6 because my screen was cracked and my phone was starting to malfunction. And I think it was around like 800 bucks. So I ended up only paying, I think, around like between 17 and $19 a month on my bill. And now that it's paid off, with my discount I get from work, I pay for my tablet, which is paid off, my phone, which is paid off, and my dad's little flip phone. I only pay like 98 bucks a month
Oh
through
my.
Verizon.
Oh my.
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yay.
All
The
right,
only
I'm
way I
gonna.
was able to get my speakers back was actually by disabling the headset, and I was afraid that might have disabled the mic as well.
Oh, nope, you're here. You're good.
Yeah, last couple of weeks my computer's has been doing flaky things, and this is all I'm positive a direct result because, okay, yeah, correlation doesn't equal causation, but the fact that it all started happening the day after Windows decided to do an update, I cringe every time Windows wants to do an update
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
because it
Especially
always
when it's a.
takes me weeks to sort out which ones of my settings did it screw up.
Yep.
I
Like anytime it does a complete Windows update, I have to keep reinstalling my printer software just so that it'll connect and I can print out my dang work schedule from my dad.
There
Yep,
you go. And yeah, when I first installed 10 on this machine in the dual boot configuration, um, I was doing movie night, and it decided during movie night that it wanted to update. And this was early enough in movie night that it was going for several hours saying, I want to update, I want to update, I want to update. And by the time movie night was over and I got to update, it had screwed itself up so badly that I had to, what do they call it, reset? not necessarily reinstall clean, but there was some sort of reset thing you did where it restalled itself out of somewhere. I don't know. And
Mm, like an install helper or something like that.
yeah, almost as if it had a backup copy on the drive and installed from that or some shit.
Mm,
I think
Um,
that's what may have just happened to me now.
okay.
mm.
I I think it may have installed it from someplace else.
One thing I learned about when Windows 10 updates itself, like I have a wireless Bluetooth mouse attached to my laptop, and during certain times when it keeps rebooting, if it won't, for some reason, I guess it keeps trying to read the Bluetooth on the mouse and it won't finish the process. It'll just stay on that little circle, just going on a dark screen. I have to take out the Bluetooth connector for my mouse, and then it'll continue. And then after it's done, I can plug it back in. Otherwise, it'll never go.
Yeah. I don't get driven totally off the edge, but sometimes I get close. When you hear the thing about don't use Linux and you have to do Windows and everything, I've been using Linux almost exclusively. I would say 99.999% exclusively for 21 years. It's been that good to me. Now there are a couple things it doesn't do, and they can be a little annoying, but I'll figure out a way to work around them.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah,
it's just that
yeah.
some
I'm
of the
I'm kind of wondering at this point if with what just happened, did I lose some of my drivers? Like,
Mm.
does it not have the driver for the sound card, and that's why it can't address the speakers?
geez, a lot of people do lose drivers, yeah, during upgrades.
Mm.
Yeah, I tell mine to delay the update or upgrade or whatever they call it for a month and try to schedule it for a time when I'm not going to be doing anything on Windows.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's weird because nothing was updating now, and it just in the middle of the chat. So it's like I don't know what happened there. It's like I lost the speakers and I tried to shut down just the power for the speakers and the whole system reset.
Mm. I don't know, but I gotta get going. It's already after 11. I need sleep.
Dus dit
All right,
heb
it
ik
was
Oh,
nice.
verstaan.
All right, it was
Yeah.
nice talking to you, lovelies.
yep.
Well, thanks for coming on, sincerely, and
Eh,
you to be good and to having fun, and I know it's to mutual exclusiveness, but yeah, 4 hours 15 minutes, not bad.
yeah.
Um, ac-
Yeah.
Actually, one thing before people start going away here,
Mm-hmm.
actually too late because Kate already left, but we were talking about for Christmas Day about running a marathon chat.
Yes, 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 yes.
Mm.
Yeah, and well, I think we need to start, like setting a schedule of on whose channel at what time type things. I haven't seen anybody talking about it.
Mm.
Okay, would one of your Midwest chats be a good place? You've got the two group DMs going.
Yeah, oh come on.
Mm.
Now it's taking it forever to do anything. Well, that will be a Wednesday. So yeah, I would be doing the regular thing at noon Central Time.
Yeah, because
Mm.
it's in 8 days.
Yeah.
Um,
So I'd be going from noon to 2 Central Time.
because I'm not doing anything. I'm not going anywhere. Nobody's coming here.
Yeah, I probably won't be able to see any, or like at least not a lot of it because I'll be with my dad, and then my sister and my nieces are going to be coming over and ripping open their presents, so it'll probably be most of the day.
Oh,
Yep.
oh my.
Oh, lovely.
Ah, yay! I just looked at my schedule for next week. I do not have to close on Christmas Eve night. Thank whatever deity is listening. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. Because where I work, they close at 7 p.m. on Christmas Eve. I almost always close on Christmas Eve, and I don't have to. Yay!
This is the good thing, right?
Oh, very good, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And then I don't have to go into work until 2 p.m. the day after Christmas, so I don't even have to be at work at 6 a.m., so I can stay up all night.
Oh boy.
Yep. I'm off Monday, Christmas Day, and then Friday next week.
Yeah, it's now that's the interesting thing. I've got that doctor's appointment the day after Boxing Day, but at least it's the day after Boxing Day and not the day after Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And then there's this cat. What is being a cat? It's a little one, your ass in the air. I don't know about you. It's a kitty.
All right. Time for night night now.
So
I
you
will
go to
see you
that night
lovelies
night.
next time.
And thanks for coming by, sincerely, and yay, and good, and things, and stuff, and oh boy!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right. Good night.
Okay, night,
Oh,
night, hon.
yeah.
And it's you and me, babe.
Yeah, I'm getting scared here and hoping that this thing keeps working until Tuesday because that's the only time that the, techies are in the computer lab.
Yeah, let's just keep the old fingers crossed and keep hanging on here. And
Well, right now, apparently, it's telling me that there are 2 accounts signed on. The one I'm in and the administrator, which there shouldn't be more than one signed in. And it is desperately trying to sync up with my Hotmail account, which I don't have one.
oh my.
But that's why it's screwing me around now because it's trying to sync the calendar and all the apps with the Hotmail account.
I offhand, well, I know. They'll tell me I'm all snobbish, and I mean, I don't even know who would want a Hotmail account anymore, but
No, I haven't had one for over 10 years.
yeah.
But for some reason, it's got the purple rhymes with orange, but it's got it at Hotmail instead of Gmail.
Ow. Honey, those are sharp.
And it's not allowing me to change that.
Eesh. Would a stick of dynamite help?
Yeah, well, if being on the internet every day hadn't become so vitally important to me.
Oh. Oh my. Gosh. Yeah, there'll be a little cleaning up to do after, but yeah, we're at least it's not as badly messed up as it was on Saturday.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of distracted here now because, I'm trying to find. Okay.
Well, if you want to, yeah, maybe you jump all over that and try to get things going because you've got that thing tomorrow afternoon, right?
Yeah. Well, basically, yeah, like I say, it went through some new thing of setting up. So yeah, apparently it screwed up a bunch of my settings and all the various apps that it installs because it's sure everybody wants. I've got to find all the settings to turn all this shit off again.
That's another reason I'm happy I don't have the wind blows. But the problem is that Ubuntu is doing everything it can to resemble wind blows, and it doesn't make this girl happy.
Yep. Yeah, okay, I just found the thing of. There we go. Yeah. Because I have no interest in this computer being synced with any other device.
Okay then.
I do not want it to communicate with anything that is not hardwire plugged into it, period.
Yeah, because that syncing can be more trouble than it's worth. I mean, honestly.
Well, and it wants to do the voice recognition and all this stuff, and it's like, no, I've got a fucking keyboard. And that's my biggest problem with Windows, is that they're trying to do all these things that are supposed to help you. And I really want the thing to just fucking stop. Do not do anything. Do not load or run any program unless I have specifically told you to run the program.
Yeah.
And it is so hard to get Windows to understand that.
Well, I came up with the thing when talking about compilers and computer languages, but it does the same thing here with the operating systems. The more the system does, quote, for, end quote, you, the harder it is to work around that to get something sane done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's in many, many ways I liked it better 20 years ago. back when I was doing Slackware and you did everything yourself.
Yep. I miss having a command line. And I hate the fact that this thing is constantly running all sorts of shit in background that I don't understand. Because I'm sure that if I understood it, most of it I would have disabled.
Mm-hmm. And call it conspiracy theory if you want, but that's the way they like it, is the way I think of it. They like you not knowing what's going on.
Yeah. Well, and like you say, people may say it's conspiracy or being paranoid, but it's like, yeah, a lot of this stuff has to do with the computer reporting back to Microsoft without telling you what it's telling them.
Mm-hmm. And if they want to look, if they want porn, they can look for it themselves.
Yeah.
What do you think, Kitty? Because I have to wonder who it is out there that knows every URL every one of us has clicked on. Oh well, tayo karasto. Oh, there's something else I'm gonna have to do over there. Yeah, I mean with the sidebar empty, it looks kind of icky. So I'll have to make up another screen for that. Okay, we can do stuff like that. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Oh my. Okay, it's gonna be time for me to hit the little girl's room pretty soon. I'm old. Did I mention I'm old?
Yeah, you keep saying that, but
Oh my. Okay, you got that.
yeah, unfortunately, it's like their help center is so cryptic. It's like trying to figure out the terms of service on Google. It's the same thing. It doesn't really tell you anything useful.
Oh, okay. Little one, you want to knock it off? Okay, there you go. That's better. That'll last 30 seconds. Okay, well, yeah, okay, with everybody who's all here and everything. 8 watching now. Yeah, like I say, I'm gonna head for the little girl's room and everything. So, if nobody minds, I am going to thank everybody for showing up. I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. And
Okay, bye everybody.
we'll keep this time slot for the time being until we come up with something better. Just your basic open chat on Tuesday evenings, and see what happens from there. And until the next time when we get this up over here. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Yep, later all.